Ah,
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Hey, it's Larry O'Connor here. Are you working on the Hill or at a think tank, or are you a young professional desiring a career in American politics? Click right here to learn more about Hillsdale College's part-time MA in government degree and incredibly generous scholarships.
The most in Fairfax, Fauquier, and Loudoun counties, down from about 5,000 this morning. No word yet on when power will be fully restored.
Petros Papadakis. What's the matter, Sean Medley? Huh? I never use a chat. I never use a chat. And they say I spam.
Not been given a chance to address the accusations against him, and they accused the school of ignoring warning signs concerning their son's mental health. A judge did dismiss some of the Schnell's claims, but ruled the case could move forward to a trial this spring. John Matthews on WMAL and WMAL.com.
Checking your money, the stock market was closed today for the holiday. Traffic and weather next.
Attention taxpayers. The IRS is intensifying collections in 2025. If you owe $10,000 or more or have unfiled tax returns, it's time to take action. Tax Network USA's experienced lawyers have saved clients over $1 billion. They're ready to negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Don't risk wait.
Oh, Keith Farron, you're just so cool, Keith. Hi, Lori. Keith Farron, he uses an iPhone. I use the Androids. I use the Samsung Androids. And I don't sit in Vegas with them all and fucking spam the chat. I've been using Lori just one when I've been doing this. It's a challenge. I haven't unleashed this laptop yet. I'm not a full professional at it. I'm just, barely a novice. I'm still in my rookie year of streaming. I haven't even been here a year. That's the accomplishment. If you make it the first year, then,
Latest iteration, Tonal 2, you can ensure your workout is more tailored and effective than ever. Tonal's at-home strength training system.
I love you, Lori. I do.
Adjusting in 1 pound increments up to 250 pounds. Challenging even the most advanced users to push their limits.
There's a travel ban. The way the weather is you can't blowing and drifting snow. It's bad. It's winter where I'm at. It's pretty bad.
Just like a personal trainer. Right now,
we got 2.5, 3 feet of snow in the last day and a half, and it's blowing everywhere. You can't. It's. I got my insulated. I had to put this. It's chilly. It's cold. Wind just goes through everything.
Traffic center.
Still a slow go on the Baltimore-Washington Parkway headed northbound between Greenbelt Road and 197. Southbound also slow from Greenbelt.
Do I look okay?
295, you'll find delays southbound between Benning Road and Pennsylvania Avenue. Northbound, you'll find slowing between the 11th Street Bridge and East Capitol Street. Watch out for accident activity in New Carrollton.
I know, deep in the bowels of a hidden bunker. I got a feeling it's going to be a pretty good show. Mark Levin, that is, not me. Thank you, Lori. One of our great observers, Lori Ann.
Right now in Washington, it is 35 degrees. I'm Heather Curtis on News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
I got to roll a joint.
On the WMAL app, Mark Levin. Somewhere under the brick seal of a nondescript building, we've once again made contact with our leader, Levin. Singing at gay fruit. Oh, still there. Oh, stay. Oh, yeah, when.
Good day. Welcome to the show. Our number is 877-381-3811, 877-381-3811. Let's tidy up a few things that have been hanging out there over the weekend and today. First, we have some friends over at National Review. One in particular is trashing the hell out of Pam Bondi in the Department of Justice. Trashing the hell out of them for politicizing prosecutions, politicizing investigations, for which they will one day be sorry. I spent a lot of time at Maine Justice. When you read the case against Mayor Adams, it is a very, truly pathetic case, and the timing is outrageous. We have protections in place, or I thought we did, where before a U.S. attorney pulls the trigger like that in a highly political case, with an election primary on the horizon, there needs to be consultations with the Attorney General of the United States, and perhaps there were. So why are there consultations with the Attorney General of the United States? Because he or she has the final say. That's why. We even have the Office of the U.S. Attorneys at Maine Justice, the purpose of which is to help coordinate with all 93 U.S. attorneys, the Assistant Attorney General for the Criminal Division, the Deputy Attorney General of the United States, under whom the criminal activities are overseen, and then ultimately the Attorney General of the United States. And so to make the allegation, because, 9 prosecutors, both in the Southern District of New York and Maine Justice, have resigned, there are literally 90,000 employees over the Department of Justice, thousands of prosecutors and investigators. Some of these resignations, no doubt, are ethical in nature, but others are intended to draw as much attention to the arguments and the claims of the person resigning as anything else. I've seen this myself. When Attorney General Meese was the Attorney General, there was a coordinated effort by the Associate Attorney General, the head of the Criminal Division, William Weld at the time, as well as their deputies, to resign over an independent counsel matter where they felt the Attorney General himself should resign. So I've seen these sorts of things before, and I don't get sucked into them, and neither should you. A lot of this is drama. And the headlines that Department of Justice is out of control. The Department of Justice has this. The Department of Justice has that. 99.9% of the people at the Department of Justice aren't even paying attention to what the hell's going on in the Southern District of New York. The Southern District of New York holds itself out as the premier U.S. Attorney's Office. A lot of lawyers try to get jobs there as assistant attorneys general or special assistant attorneys general or what have you. Looks good on the resume. There's a level of arrogance in the Southern District of New York that really isn't in any other district, as a matter of fact, including the Eastern District of New York. Just because they bring a case doesn't make it right, doesn't make it just, and it doesn't mean the Attorney General of the United States, who ultimately has supervision over all 93 U.S. attorneys and their offices, should ignore them. And if she believes, or if her deputy believes, and in consultation with one another, that the case brought against Mayor Adams, that they do have access to virtually all the information, then they should do something about it. And it is courageous to do something about it because, as you can see, you get these individuals who write pieces or say things who are not encumbered with all the facts. There's no way they are. Unless, of course, the U.S. Attorney's Office is leaking to them. One would hope they're not. And so it's a very fair call if that's the conclusion that's reached by the hierarchy of the Department of Justice. There's many lawyers who think it's a fair call, including the lawyers who represented Governor Bob McDonnell, who looked at it, including many other lawyers, including me. I'm no special pleader for Mayor Adams. I think he's a failure, to be perfectly honest with you. Maybe he's gotten better over time because he has seen the disaster of his more left-of-center policies. I don't much care. But I call him as I see him. It's that simple. To jump in and make the assertion with little more than looking at public events, the way it's being made, and not once, not twice, but repeatedly, as if it's a fact because you happen to declare it, is really pretty damn outrageous. That's number one. Number two, the Department of Justice is supposed to do justice. Well, the prior regime at the Department of Justice was conducting itself in a way in which it was bringing these outrageous cases against the former president and then the candidate for the presidency. Absolutely, unbelievably unprecedented, things we've never seen before. When the Attorney General makes an unconstitutional appointment, which two prior Attorneys General, including my former Attorney General, Ed Meese, says it's black and white that he absolutely violated the Appointments Clause, that raises serious questions, does it not? When a special counsel is appointed to investigate a political opponent, that's not the purpose of a special counsel. The purpose of a special counsel is to investigate within the family, within the House, the theory being that a U.S. Attorney's Office appointed by that administration cannot do an equal and just job of conducting an investigation. Whether you believe that or not is not the point. You don't then use that process at the Department of Justice, turn it on its head, and go after, say, Donald Trump, do you? The leaks that came out of this Department of Justice and the special counsel, the abuse of various evidence rules in the courtroom, the abuse of the grand jury process, and the changing of the grand juries in midstream. I could go on and on and on. You had at least one of their prosecutors accused of threatening one of the defense lawyers with losing his potential judgeship, for which he was said to be under consideration. And some of these lawyers who left eventually Donald Trump have spoken to me on and off the record. And they said the conduct of this Department of Justice.
Wow, Patrick is here.
And these aren't all individuals who march behind the Republican Party.
I just put water on for coffee. My friend Lori was the first one here. Don't fuck with Lori. You'll have to deal with, I won't say.
You ignore the fact that the prior regime and the Department of Justice rejected the 2000 memo. The 2000 memo. That is the memo that the Department of Justice embraced, saying you don't indict public officials.
Waiting for my coffee water to heat up.
Things you do and the things you say that might influence an election, they're problematic. Or that you have this prosecutor who pushed the Supreme Court to the edge of the envelope on his immunity arguments. Just absolutely outrageous. And we could go on, but there's no point in going on. Is it legitimate, therefore, that Pam Bondi and the new people at the Department of Justice say, we want to look at this, we want to hold people accountable if they violated any rules or the law for sure, and we want to make sure this never happens again? Isn't that their job? To ensure that internally the Department of Justice isn't politically corrupt or motivated? Because I remember times when it was politically corrupt and motivated. I remember times when the Department of Justice went after Martin Luther King. I remember times when the Department of Justice authorized illegal wiretaps, including into Barry Goldwater's campaign. I remember the time when the Department of Justice authorized the White House to go into the Internal Revenue records of businessmen like Andrew Mellon and others who it didn't care for and didn't like. I remember the time not that long ago when Senator Ted Stevens of Alaska, God rest his soul, he died in an airplane crash in Alaska, where he's brought to trial in Washington, D.C. on corruption charges. And it was later found out that the Department of Justice, his prosecutors withheld evidence that would have helped the defense, that would have undermined the Department of Justice's case. How about the case of Bob McDonald, where the same Jack Smith brought a case and basically reread the bribery statute, rewrote it so broadly that a unanimous Supreme Court, 8-0, overturned it. Even though the district judge didn't, even though the appellate panel didn't, the Supreme Court said, no, that's not right. I remember a time when the former administrator of NASA, Jim Beggs, he was an executive vice president, I think, at General Dynamics. The criminal division led the charge, the public integrity section. They brought in corruption charges against him in the course of the Reagan administration. I was chief of staff. Attorney General Meese was never comfortable with this. Not because it was Beggs or the administrator of the NASA, but because he looked at the charges. He spoke to the head of the criminal division, Bill Weld, who would later go on to be governor of Massachusetts, who would later resign, stabbing Meese in the back to try and force Meese out. Weld said, no, it's a slam dunk case. The problem is 17 months later, they dropped it because they didn't have what they needed to support the charges they had brought. The Attorney General of the United States, Ed Meese, directed the head of the criminal division, William Weld, to send a letter of apology to Mr. Beggs. William Weld refused in the final days of the Meese attorney generalship. He said, look, it was brought in good faith. We made mistakes. There's nothing to apologize for. Of course, they destroyed the man's life.
Try and listen.
He had to
I
resign
learned.
as the administrator of NASA, but no big deal.
Smart guy.
One of his final
Constitutionalist.
called me into his office before he left. And he had me write, as he dictated, a personal letter of apology to Mr. Beggs. And then he had me release it to the media so they understood that what was done to him was outrageous. I read to you a few weeks ago what Robert Jackson, former Attorney General, former Associate Justice of the Supreme Court, took time off from his responsibilities as a justice to be the chief prosecutor for the United States of the Nuremberg trials. But I reminded you in 1940 what he said to a room full of federal prosecutors. He warned them, you're the most powerful people in peacetime America, bar none. You have the power from soup to nuts to control the criminal legal fate of a citizen. The way in which you conduct yourself, the way in which you write your briefs and the charges, the way in which you release press releases and speak to the media, the way in which you threaten individuals and talk to their friends and family to get the information out. And all through the process, helping to pick the jury, if convicted, having enormous input in the sentencing and so forth. And so there's nobody more powerful, he said, than a federal prosecutor. So when we have lapdogs who should know better, especially after the experiences of the last several years, who just bark out the usual pablum about how this is being politicized by dropping the case against Adams. They have it backwards, inside out, upside down. They are being politicized through their grotesque self-righteousness. And their Helen Keller tactics, refusing to look into this, are appalling. I'll be right back.
News Talk 105.
Earlier when I was live, I wasn't expecting my nephew to show up. It was supposed to show up 2 or 3 days ago because I needed to go to the store. So he didn't work today. And I was getting trolled. They were trying to, somebody come up, I didn't know, had a kid with him. So I cleared my list and nobody banned. You're welcome to try again.
And 123. Yeah.
We're going to get the word out. And yeah, Mark Levin, he does some pretty good research. Yeah, let me go check my water from my coffee. Don't let them spam my chat, Andy.
Advanced research may lead to apnea.org is an online community. Providers, researchers, families, and patients can share and learn from each other. Fill out the online survey and wake up to a better future at My Apnea Association.
A new president is sworn in. America's greatness is being restored. And there's breaking news every minute. Now, tens of millions of Americans are turning off Fox and CNN and tuning in to Newsmax for the breaking information they really need to know. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Find it yourself on all major cable systems and on your TV or smartphone store. Just download the Newsmax app for free and start watching. You'll get great shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and Carl Higbee, and more. Find out why millions of Americans have made the switch. The president says. Watch us anytime, anywhere. Newsmax is real news for real people. Making sense of your world. Greatly appreciate it. 105.9 WMKL. I love listening to you. Making sense of the news.
Win tickets to the Capitol Remodel and Garden Show, February 21st through 23rd at the Zealous Expo Center. Visit WMAL.com/contest.
I didn't know we had a controversy. Iran has killed American soldiers. It's killed American citizens.
Iran.
American soldiers. Iran has made it clear that it has two public enemies, Israel and the United States. Iran has attempted to murder Donald Trump. We actually have individuals who've been charged with trying to assassinate Donald Trump from Iran. Iran says it wants to build nuclear weapons. They're talking about having weapons that can reach Europe and then the United States. You see that they have hypersonic missiles. That's the point of hypersonic missiles. You put a warhead on it, and then all things go to hell. So is it okay if Iran has nuclear weapons? That's something we can actually manage? Is that a big deal? I'll be right back.
WMAL.
I got to bring your name up, Wiggin. You're complaining that all I do is pick fights with people. I go out to Rocky Goldman come into my chat and you attacked Rocky Goldman. You've been trying to prevent me from developing relationships with people. Now, of all the people out here, Rocky Goldman knows me the best. Seen what happened? He's Empress Chinchilla. Billy's not a veteran. I'm Empress Chinchilla. I'm the wife of a restaurant owner. Come to find out, the fucker's jerking off and sending in, what a fucking moron. Yeah, I'm talking about you, Empress. I made you go to Wiggins' chat and disclose everything. I caused that. Otherwise, you'd still be doing your fucking routine. But they just fucking talk and talk, not really have a conversation with anybody. Pick out what they say and then attack them. So there you go, Wiggin. Why did you interfere in Rocky Goldman come here? I treated him very good, didn't I? You don't like that, do you, Wiggin?
Evacuated rather when the plane flipped upside down while landing.
And then the thing with JT and his girlfriend in Vegas chat when all that started. Then they ended up coming here. Yeah, I knew. You think I don't know shit? That's why you get mad, because I do know shit. I fucking read you like a book.
Officials any minute now. Mexico's president says if Google doesn't change what President Trump has designated as the Gulf of America back to the Gulf.
See a lot of people complaining about JC.
Showed people in the U.S., they'll sue. Mexico argues the mapping policy violates Mexican sovereignty because the U.S. only has jurisdiction over about 46%.
Yeah, he's one of the ones I was referring to when I said there are chat gods out here.
Traffic and weather.
EQs, he stepped in. I don't make up shit about people. I don't dox people. I don't do that shit. Billy's fair. You got Whipper out there going to use my mother's pictures until eternity. Because I gotta stop my doxing and my cloning. He did that in JC's chat. Look what all them people telling, and JC went along with him. Because every turn, JC blocked me or turned my mic down. She called the cops on me. Right? But I'm the one that can't take a joke. Wiggin going back and forth on that. Sending mixed messages all the time. Alicia, you really are dumb. You that desperate for fucking money? Why don't you find a man with less baggage? You can't?
Sanjay Gupta, a few years ago, how to keep sharp and be better brand.
Yeah, Rocky bragged about. He used to be a great troll, I guess, or whatever. Yeah, I know the story behind Rocky Goldman. And I never really went to his channel when he was doing all that first year or two. I was started in chat. There's a lot of shit I didn't see. Ginger was streaming. You guys had your own little streams going. And then it's when JC went live because of that CNN chat. All them wrenches against little Billy. Onem's going to teach every American a lesson. We don't know about our country. That's what Paul and Bitch Life and all them guys do. I was glad my nephew showed up when he did, because I needed to get to the store. After we were done, he drove away. My phone went off. The sheriff's put out a travel ban in my county. They don't want you on the roads because it's bad. 50, 60 mile an hour winds with snow is bad. That's fucking nasty. So sorry, Owls. I don't really want to look at that. I don't really want, unless it has to do with true politics, because chat politics doesn't really matter. I'm going to treat everybody the same. I'm not going to play favoritism. I don't do that shit. I don't try to make somebody do something I myself would never do. That's you guys. That's Petros popping dead. That's you guys. You got to sit around and play grab ass. That fucking coffee's hot.
The official position repeatedly stated by our president himself. Iran must never have nuclear weapons. Barack Obama didn't think that way. That's why we had the Obama nuclear deal. Barack Obama was effectively okay with Iran getting nukes, just not on his watch. He pushed it out a decade, but Iran was going to get nukes. Trump said no. Iran's not going to get nukes. Why? Because he's an American firster. That means if a third world Islamo-Nazi regime that keeps threatening
I can't stand Obama.
the existence of the United States.
And a fucking fraud that was perpetrated on us. Talk about a rigged election.
Idea that it's okay.
He beat out Hillary for the nomination.
That can be managed.
Nobody talks about it.
It's not only insane, it's suicide.
Shannon.
I can't think of a single reason, not one, why it's okay for Iran to have nuclear weapons. Well, Israel has them. Well, Israel's a democracy. What does that have to do?
Oh, if that is Spalding, then
what does it have to do with Iran? Why is it the communist China wants Iran?
See in my chat.
Why is it that fascist?
Obviously, they're triggered.
Iran to have nuclear weapons. Why is it that the inbred in North Korea wants Iran to have
inbred?
Nuclear weapons? Why is it that the terrorists around the world want Iran to have nuclear weapons? Is it really a neocon conspiracy? Is it really hawks who will have never wars?
I guess I'm a neocon.
The whole idea that Iran shouldn't have nuclear weapons? What does this little cabal of morons think we, the American people, are? You had parents and grandparents who fought in World War II. And if you don't, you know enough about it. We did everything we could to stop the Nazis from getting V2s because it would have changed the outcome of the war.
England would have been fucking bombed to fuck.
Would have had the upper hand.
That first nuclear bomb would have fucking really devastated England.
More American lives have to be lost, and how many more world wars?
So you English people in here, right there. You're not the best they're sending us from England. I can guarantee you. Your forefathers are rolling in their fucking graves.
Hundreds of thousands. And the Islamo-Nazi regime in Iran thinks God Almighty himself is directing them to conquer the world. To take out the Jews and the Christians and the Hindus and the Buddhists and the atheists and the gays and anybody else that they choose to. And they'll get a reward in their next life. So when you have rational people who say people like that can't get nuclear weapons, I don't care if we have an ocean between us. I don't care if we have 12,000 miles between us. Technology is now such that hypersonic missiles with nuclear warheads will hit the United States. One of them will get through, and one of them will be enough. Is that okay with you? It's not okay with me. And these Lilliputians, these mental midgets, these ideologues for ideologue's sake, who basically take up the Obama position, take up the most radical left-wing Bernie Sanders position, and frankly, take up the position of our enemies when they say, it's okay, we can manage Iran if they manage to get nuclear weapons. No, it's not okay. Not if you have a child and a grandchild, not if you care about your country. It's not okay. I mean, what the hell? Why do we have a government? To redistribute wealth? No, to protect us from this very threat, period. So I was relieved, almost celebratory, thankful. A number of people from the administration reached out to me. Sure, to make it clear that the person who caused the shots in this administration is the President of the United States, and his position is unequivocal. No nukes for Iran, period. Under any circumstances, period. Why? Because he's a great leader. He's iconic. He's historic. He's not part of a little cabal of morons. And I was greatly relieved to hear that that position is also shared by the subordinates who will work for this administration, including in the Defense Department. Greatly relieved to hear from Pete Hegseth, a man who I trust. Greatly relieved. Not the little Lilliputians on the sidelines throwing the little grenades. Not real grenades, of course, verbal grenades. That's all they know. You know, it's funny, Mr. Badu. People think they can intimidate me. I can't be intimidated. There's nothing to threaten me with. I've been doing this too long. I don't care if 4 billion people line up and I think my position is right. It doesn't matter to me. When an article appears,
that's my problem.
Take this position. And there's these two guys over. Oh my God, I'm so worried about it. I come here and speak to multi-millions of you and tell you what I think. I am not influenced by Washington. I'm not influenced by some phony reporter. I'm not influenced by little pressure groups. I'm not influenced by all of us are getting together. I don't care. The idea that it's okay for Iran to get nukes is insane. And yet I am relieved. I'm relieved. Of course, that was never the position of Donald Trump because it's insane. It was never the position of Pete Hegseth. Never the position of Mike Waltz. And I'm pleased to report tonight, and I was assured by this, that it is not the position.
You're in no position to demand anything. Get with the program. I'm listening to this. You got something to say? Say it in my side chat. That's what the side chat is for. I'm busy.
I'm not confused about it. And this is important.
I've dropped the link for you too many times. Ain't happening tonight, boy.
Said certain things in the past, and when she had her hearing, she rejected them. She repudiated them. She said, you know what? Okay. It's not only missing.
Should have copied it. I'm sure you got it copied. You should be able to just come right up.
Voter. Get her in. Trump should get who he wants. That's a big job. That's a senior position.
Andy does.
Oh, I was criticized.
Rob Noxious did. I got him to do it. I got Gotti to go backstage with me, and bang, there's Rob Noxious. Ain't seen him since. I know shit you don't know, Wiggin.
I believe
And I'm not going to tell you.
that once you get nukes, that is manageable.
Won't let me speak in your chat. Fuck
The
you.
manageable part was the controversial part. But I'm assured that's not his view anymore.
Still have a wrench if you fucking treated me right, you dumb fuck.
It's okay. Donald Trump should get who he wants. But this whole
Think I'm going to let you treat me like you've been the end, Wiggin?
That is, why is the position he should not get nukes? Why is that even controversial?
I'm not going to treat you better than I treat anybody else. Especially you do that shit. I do it when I want to do it.
If you want to survive, it's not.
Fucking girlfriend, you guys sit there and made fun of me and there you keep fucking watching my streams and shit. No.
Born today.
No.
I will not oppose his nomination. Besides, who am I? Donald Trump gets to decide, but I'm just making a point. In terms of
Coffee's good.
Those who attack Tom Cotton are loathsome. Some people have served in the military. Tom Cotton has served in combat. He's a great patriot. A great patriot. He's doing more than anyone I can think of to try and take on the Communist Chinese, to try and help rebuild our military, to try and help protect we the people in this country. It's a great thing that he's in the United States Senate. He went to war. He fought in wars. Others have too. Don't get me wrong. I got it. But you can't call him a chicken hawk, can you? Maybe he's worth listening to.
You're just so sophomoric. You're such a child, Wiggin.
Some of the people in this cabal.
You might as well be a girl.
Put down
Seriously. You act like one.
And listen.
Fucking whining bitch.
I'm a big fan of Qatar, which is a terrorist country.
Yeah, the sniveler. That's who you are.
Between a 1.8 billion and protected their leaders. Some people are and never will be. Qatar is also spending billions in our own country to poison our children and our grandchildren. Am I supposed to close my eyes to that, ladies and gentlemen? I don't think I will. No, I won't. And we have some people who claim to be the real American firsters, the real MAGA, Make America Great Again, which all started in the 80s, and Donald Trump, of course, has carried it to new heights. Make America Great Again. I can remember in 19...
Told me my vote didn't count, Wiggin. You didn't want to talk about politics, and all of a sudden you're an authority on it.
Don't make America great again by allowing Iran to get nuclear weapons.
You, Wiggin.
Make America vulnerable again. Like under Obama, like under the Democrats.
I could get rid of you like that, Wiggin. All I got to do is invite Gotti in here. Gotti comes in here, you'll leave. Rusty comes in here, you'll leave. This chat is for everybody, Wiggin. It's not up to you to decide who gets to fucking be on the side chat, who comes up on this panel. This is employee-owned chat right here. I give everybody the same. Nobody's below anybody. Nobody's above anybody. Unless you're burning my flag, slicing my citizens' heads off, shooting them or whatever. Setting their places on fire. Looting their businesses. Those were all black businesses that they looted. Most of them.
One who's a dear friend of mine.
In those small towns, small cities.
Let's get it done. Let's move along. Back.
News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Right, Wiggin, you're in no position to demand anything from me.
WMAL has your tickets to the Capitol Remodel.
I don't bow to demands.
21st through the 23rd at the Dulles Expo Center. Your project begin here at the Capitol Remodel.
You got something to say? Post it in my side chat. Other than calling me a name.
Advice from trusted local experts. Register to win tickets at WMAL.com/contest. That's the Capitol Remodel and Garden Show, February 21st through the 23rd at the Dulles Expo Center.
In Arlington, there's a disabled vehicle on eastbound 66 at Glebe Road, blocking the left lane. That traffic jammed up from Fairfax Drive. On 95 northbound before the Franconia.
Take shirt off. It's like static electricity.
And also on northbound headed towards Fredericksburg, in towards Dale City and Woodbridge, and some delays northbound through the Thornburg area. As
Not letting you up here, Wigan. You're not coming on my panel.
97 Laurel Bowie Road between
No, I've let you up too many times.
due to the fallen tree and
Fuck you.
That's what we're story fair.com.
Go abuse your girlfriend.
Settling down, scattered
Go abuse Alicia. She likes it.
Johnson is great. Very controversial, very strong.
Dixie's chat is open. You got free reign over there. I'm not there anymore. Oh, you know, I posted a little bit the other day, and that's it. And it's true. Okay. I should be confused, but I'm not. Right? Mina maintains a friendship with Angie, but Rusty doesn't. All right. So, you know, it's let the women do what they want, right? And let them settle. JC running around telling people, oh, Billy's mad because I wouldn't date him. And now she finally gets beat and she quits. She lost the bet in 2020. She won't even talk about that.
Whose husband won't be home for months.
With just me. She won't do that. And now she's got that Guitar J guy fucking following her into Vegas where she says she never goes. Just so disingenuous, Wigan. And how many times you fucking 1 minute you hate her, the next minute you love her. I troll her and you get mad at me. You say I don't get along with anybody. People come into my chat and you object to it. So fuck you, Wigan. It's not going to work. We need more male streamers because you're sick of fighting with the women. Well, the women ruled you because you sucked all their asses. Starting with Rusty's. Then once you knew how to do the shit, you ain't no fucking engineer. You're a lying bastard.
Association and the Ad Council. Act on our financial system and post-election changes are important to pay attention to. Whether it's when inflation is high, government spending, or changes.
Just the opposite. No, my side chat's open. My panel is so I can listen to the news.
For diversification and protection. It's been said to be a timeless safeguard against
millions and millions of people are listening to this radio program. Way more than anybody listens to MSNBC, ABC, CBS, all put together.
And that's who I turn to. Call 800-900-8000 now for a free gold investment.
And all your online shit that you guys fucking read, pay attention to.
Portfolio. And when you do, you might even qualify for $1,000 in free silver. That's 800-900-8000. Don't wait. 800-900-8000. Tell them Mark Levin sent you. Performance may vary, and you should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Making sense of your world. News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Great for what's going on.
Making sense of the news.
Win tickets to the Capitol Remodel and Garden Show, February 21st through 23rd at the Dulles.
You haven't engineered shit. Doggy Doug engineered my, how I want to say it, induction into the chat hall of fame of streamers.
Morons in our media, the morons on the left. World War I and World War II were started by Germany. Marxism was born in Europe. Fascism was born in Europe.
Sick of this shit. Fuck you, Wigan. Go protect your little British friends.
Europe, the home of the Magna Carta. Really no more. There's speech codes that would make you shiver. Whether it's on issues like abortion, what you think is a crime. What you think is a crime. You criticize people online, you can be prosecuted criminally. Meanwhile, they have
Lots of snow. Oh, okay.
Marauding, roaming in their streets. Many out of the middle.
Faster than you can shovel it.
Jews. They're brutalizing Jews.
You need a front end loader with a great big fucking flat plow on the front to move it out of the way. There's so much snow.
Vance goes in there and he tells them to their face about free speech. Our media reports the negative reaction. 60 Minutes doesn't even know what to do. It's schizophrenic. On the one hand, you have one of their hosts interviewing prosecutors in Germany saying, yeah, basically we prosecute anything that moves. Katie Vance's entire point. And that's not the only country, Germany, that does it. It's not the only country. And that host didn't seem...
Radar was from a Tumwa.
Inquisitive.
Tumwa. That's an Indian name.
I remember her condemning them.
Cherokee people.
The Democrat Party has much of the same leanings in this country. It truly does.
Cherokee tribe.
So there was no better place than
Cher sang a song, Half Breed.
Is
that racist? Half breed.
No better place. Go.
He was standing in a country where free speech was weaponized to conduct a genocide. And he met with the head of a political party that has far-right views and some historic ties to extreme groups. The context of that was changing the tone of it. And you know that the censorship...
This is Margaret Brennan. Rubio gives her a tremendous answer, but I just want to say this to Margaret Brennan.
Don't amuse me anymore, Wiggin. You don't.
Informed and uneducated. The idea that the Nazi regime rose because of free speech is so sickeningly stupid, so unbelievable that she should resign.
Me, you're just another Baba Yaga.
Not whatsoever. If she won't resign, she should be fired.
I jumped all over RG trying to explain fucking being a Mason to that guy. It's sad the man died.
Brennan is always anti-American and anti-Trump. Why is that? Is that media? Is that journalism? What is that?
Him sending Mina fucking emails and all. And Mina out here flirting with all the guys. Weren't you, Mina? Mina loves it.
Economics, the great works of literature. Did you study these in school? Even if you did, maybe it's time for a refresher.
You didn't even want me to be friends with Wolfie. Even that fucking Jeff calling her wolf shit and that. You guys are pathetic. I would blow everything up if that woman came into my chat. Even if she came here to fucking chew my ass out. I hate you, Billy. I'd still let her do it.
Darkness at Noon and that hideous...
It definitely would piss Wilder off.
Written in the 1930s and 40s. They're highly relevant today as they show what a tyrannical government does. More importantly,
friends, strictly platonic.
Family and friends are worth fighting for. Maybe you read those books long ago in school. Maybe you've heard others talk about them. They seem a little intimidating. Let Hills
only because, you know, we're on the computer, not meeting in real life.
College Larry on. There's no better teacher.
Turn that down a little bit.
So go right now to hillsdale.com to enroll.
Wiggin, I only deleted your comment.
There's no cost. Get started. That's Levin for Hillsdale.com to register. LEVIN for Hillsdale.com. Check it out, folks. George Orwell is a leftist. It's kind of odd when you think about it. And yet he was, he read von Mises, an Austrian libertarian, Austrian school, I should say, not Austrian. An Austrian libertarian. He came to America, escaped during the war to the United States. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a hell of a lot more. I'll be right back.
7 o'clock.
WMAL.
Now open the panel when the radio show is done. I don't want to get something going because I want to hear what's going on. I was live earlier, and then my nephew just showed up. I wasn't expecting that. I was going to stay live. You guys are attacking my chat. I was starting to get into it, and then I had to go. It's a good thing I did, because after I got done, bang, St. Lawrence County Sheriff's Department issues out a travel ban. They can do that. County sheriffs have all the authority.
O'Connor and Company with Larry O'Connor. Mornings from 5 to 9. News Talk 105.9 WMAL. Making sense of the news. What would you give for a child you love? Make their wish come true. To help them fight a critical illness.
He even cried about it. I did that just because I knew he'd say something about having an honorary guest ranch. So I need people to make applications for it if you want to do it, and I'd be happy to give one person each time I go to stream, right? Whether it's 2 minutes long or 20 hours long, right? That gives a person the ability to post links in the side chat for their friends or whatever if they want them to watch a video or some shit. That's a good idea. Yeah. I'm not here to play music for you. I wish I were a true musician. I'd get out the guitar or whatever.
I help turn type 1 into type none. Doing this now.
Unfortunately, I don't have that kind of talent. Johnny Cash helped me get out of prison. You know, Patrick, you just don't listen. You're like a day late and about 4 years short.
Plane arriving from Minneapolis flipped upside down while landing in Toronto has increased to
You're a piece of work, I'll tell you that. You like the name? How come you blocked my clone of you, Patrick? Pud Puller, Patrick. You like that name, do you?
Capturing tower control audio after the crash. The Transportation Safety Board of Canada is leading the investigation. The NTSB also sending a team to help. We're expecting an update any minute now from officials. It's happening the same day that Elon Musk and his Doge team visited the Air Traffic Control System Command Center in Virginia. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said the goal is to talk to air traffic controllers about what works and doesn't in the current system so they can create a safer one. The visit comes after Doge fired hundreds of FAA employees. More rallies against Doge and the Trump administration's policies happening around the country today, including on the Hill. Senator
This is fucking shit. Hey, Elon Musk has to go. These people are so fucked up. Their whole life, they learned to be a protester.
Senator Van Hollen says Congress does have a role to play to protect federal workers from cuts, but adds
When you have this much first line of defense, over 50 cases have been filed, and judges have issued temporary.
You might better just buy a new motorcycle. They're replaceable.
Hearing today in a case filed by 14 states, including Maryland.
Judge Tanya Chutkan heard the argument against access but did not issue an immediate ruling. She said that will come within a day's time. The state's complaint is that federal data many consider confidential has been given to a single unelected individual, saying nothing threatens democracy more. Doge has been tasked by President
Do you
Trump
see that?
Government.
You see what Doge stands for?
Could not confirm if federal workers got firing notices late last week. Court wants to know that, and any termination plans to come within the next 2 weeks. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Gas prices crept up a bit in the past week, according to Gas Buddy.
The national average sits at $3.11 a gallon, up 2 cents the past week. Expect those prices to rise gradually but consistently.
prices generally go up.
Analyst Patrick DeHaan with Gas Buddy says this is when refineries enter maintenance as fuel is switched to summer blends and demand rises with the temperatures.
Hey, Patrick, how about I pull a Dougie? I'll come visit you. I put my bike on the road this spring. I'll come visit you.
WMAL and WMAL.com.
Nobody likes speed cameras.
Where are you at? Indiana? Idaho?
Next level.
Where the fuck you live? You're in Louisiana? Is that where you're at? Louisiana? Patrick Rowe?
This morning, police found 2 empty shell casings in the road near the camera. It wasn't damaged and nobody was hurt. Traffic and weather next.
This podcast is sponsored by Laurel Road. At Bigger Pockets, we're always trying to find ways to help you maximize your buying power, which is why you should check out Laurel Road. Laurel Road's banking and lending solutions include student loan refinancing, mortgages, personal loans, student loans, cashback credit cards, tailored savings accounts, and more. And right now, for a limited time, Laurel Road's high-yield savings account has an annual percentage yield greater than 4%. That is up to 10 times the national savings rates. Plus, it features 0 monthly service fees, no minimum balance requirement, and costs $0 to open. So visit laurelroad.com/pockets. Laurel Road, your partner to financial peace of mind. Equal housing lender.
It's one thing, but another. It's on the panoramic move roof, while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at NissanUSA.com.
Yeah, this weather fucks with your sinuses.
Panoramic move, massaging leather appointed seats.
Big time.
Taxpayers, the IRS is intensifying collections in 2025. If you owe $10,000 or more or have unfiled tax returns, it's time to take action. Tax Network USA's experienced lawyers have saved clients over $1 billion. They're ready to negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Don't risk wage garnishment, property seizure, or losing your home. Call 1-800-278-9000 today. Get the help you need at 1-800-278-9000 or visit tnusa.com.
Michelle Murray in the Speed Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center.
Yes, that's the fastest way to your brain.
Parkway now clear, but traffic's still quite slow.
There's not much between your fucking sinuses and your brain.
City and Woodbridge, a disabled vehicle on East.
Fucking imagine having something fucking poked up your nose.
Traffic on 277.
Got tested for COVID.
And
you stick that fucker up in there, right?
Beltsville and Maryland 197.
Negative.
Bowie Road between Old Laurel Bowie Road and Powder Mill Road.
Negative.
The power lines and tree in the roadway. GarageRepair.com, the WMLS.
I have a pretty good immune system.
Temperatures this evening dropping from the 30s into the lower to upper 20s during the overnight. Still going to be breezy, and it'll feel like we're.
Are they? Yeah, the South gets some fucking pretty crazy weather.
7 News Chief Meteorologist Robert Johnson in the first.
Tornadoes is the worst.
4 degrees in Shanghai.
That's the scariest. Tornado is the scariest. That's a scary venue. Being in the path of a fucking tornado.
Of a hidden bunker somewhere under the freaking steel of a nondescript building. We've once again made contact with our leader.
You guys can hear that okay then, right?
Hello, America. Mark Levin here. Our number 877-381-3811.
Did you give up, Wigan?
The daily signal.
Come back at 9 o'clock. I might open my panel.
Going to block Trump's reforms. So far, 74 federal lawsuits. So it's all a strategy. It's all a conspiracy. And they're bringing them in a handful of courtrooms in the most radical cities in the nation. And this is the party that keeps talking about democracy, which, of course, they detest. Tyler O'Neill, senior editor of the Daily.
What'd you do, Galligan? You are a fucking dickhead.
Like a bull in a china shop, shattering the Mandarin norms of the
You
administrative.
team up with Gotti or something, or what? Galligan. I got a feeling you're in with Gotti and Boyle.
Mostly unions and woke
Aren't you?
themselves deep state allies by filing lawsuits blocked Trump's orders
That's
on
funny.
all of these Democrat attorneys general. And some have convinced federal judges to issue nationwide injunctions.
That is funny.
Trump's hands. On Monday, 6 judges blocked his policies following 9 orders in the previous 2 weeks. Judges have ordered the administration to halt its freeze on federal spending, to rehire a special counsel, to actually rehire somebody, to restore deleted websites, to refrain from giving the Department of Government Efficiency access to federal records, and even to engage in a granular change to reverse its move to slash to 15% the funding available for overhead National Institutes of Health research grants. So basically, a bunch of radical judges, never Trumpers and leftists, are running the executive branch. These orders raise the question of whether Trump truly is president or whether he has the authority to reform the federal government. While Trump said he will always abide by the courts, he warned that any injunction gives crooked people more time to cover up the books. And even the most activist judge can't issue an injunction unless someone brings a case, and filing lawsuits costs money. That raises the question, who are the deep state allies filing these cases in the first place? Exhibit A, the federal buyout. While many judges have granted the activists the injunction they want, one Democrat-appointed judge has refused to dignify their obstruction. On Wednesday, U.S. District Judge George O'Toole, a Clinton appointee, ruled that 4 unions, the American Federation of Government Employees, and so forth, lack standing to sue the Trump administration to block Trump's order of deferred resignation for federal employees. That's that severance pay. Memo allowing federal employees to accept bureaucrats and off-ramp if they're accused to stop working from home, in the office. Otherwise, seek to oppose Trump's agenda, he goes on. Temporarily blocking it, lack standing. The AFGE represents 800,000 bureaucrats, and its natural interests lie with the bureaucratic status quo. The AFG has vehemently opposed Trump's reforms to the administrative state, streamlining the federal government, making it more efficient. The AFG will be less necessary. It's part of the AFL-CIO, America's largest union. The AFL-CIO enjoyed access to the Biden White House, directed cash to the left network, particularly to shadowy nonprofits created by the for-profit company Arabella Advisors. The AFL-CIO asked me in the Service Employees International part of the dark money and influence campaign that staffed and advised the Biden regime. And this influence campaign pushed the bureaucracy to champion critical race theory, gender ideology, climate alarmism, and a preference for technocratic government. Bigger and bigger, bloated, iron-fisted police state government. Most of the federal rules Americans must live by are not passed by Congress, but issued as regulations, as I've explained again and again. With 438 alphabet soup agencies in the federal government, be it the AFT, the FDA, the NSA, the TSA, and so on and so forth. In 2022, for example, Congress passed 247 laws, while agencies promulgated 3,168 rules, published 80,756 pages of those rules in the Federal Register. You know, I got some good pot right now. This fucking shit is kicker. Many years ago, I set up charts about how many laws Congress passed versus the bureaucracy, how many pages of the Federal Register. It's really unbelievable. Federal government employs about 2.4 million people, and it goes on. You might recall about 3 or 4 weeks ago, I did an entire opening monologue on all of this. All of it. And so it goes on. The credit attorneys general have also filed lawsuits, but unions like the AFG are largely leading the charge. I don't know who's leading the charge. There's so many charges that are taking place, ladies and gentlemen. 74 lawsuits have been filed to stop Trump.
Wow.
In front of their favorite lawyer, judges
Wow.
and so forth.
He's been in office a month.
Place here. It's called subterfuge. You might call it a legal insurrection, even though those are obviously inconsistent, but it certainly seems like something was because they don't support
Burt Reynolds, maybe?
It's that simple. But we don't care if they support the outcome of the election or not.
They had bigger teardrops, but the lady out at the VA, she talked me into these.
And they keep attacking his team. One clown
I let her.
just talked about, a handful of 22-year-olds. These 22-year-olds, as he calls
transitional lenses,
they're not running the show.
They work pretty good.
They're conducting data analysis, developing algorithms. They're like these brilliant young people who know how to apply these technologies. But I might remind all the old bastards in Washington, D.C., of which there are many. We've had about enough of the Bidens and the Pelosi's and the on and on. That this is the age group that goes to war. This is the age group that flies the most.
All anti-war people. Jets. I mean, who's not anti-war? But
they man the most
and then they're in charge at the government.
This is the age group that has to outwit the communist.
All I can picture is that Nancy Pelosi taking that State of the Union, and then she's going like this to him. What?
That we rely on.
Such petulance.
22, 25,
just petulant.
30,
period. That's all there is to it.
I just want this generation of young people to know how the Democrat Party and their media are trashing you. And it's every damn day. And while the Democrat Party relies on unelected judges, they tell us Elon Musk isn't elected. But Donald Trump is elected. And Donald Trump
last dance with Mary Jane
under a federal
one more time
process.
To kill the pain.
And Donald Trump has appointed his subordinates. He is elected by all the people nationally, unlike a senator or congressman. So they go to unelected judges to undo what the president's doing, and then they claim Elon Musk isn't elected. 2.4 million bureaucrats aren't elected. None of the members of congressional staffs are elected. No judges are elected. Their clerks aren't elected. And yet it is they on the left who rely on unelected government. Not you and me. It's them. Which is why they hate Trump. We get it. We get it. Oh, yes. So the Department of Justice is under attack. We're told everything's under attack. Constitutional crisis. The Democrats live in anarchy and controversy. Fear-mongering and scaremongering. Didn't work last time. I don't think it's going to work this time. That's for sure. Senator Tim Kaine on Fox News Sunday with Shannon Breen.
Tim Kaine.
Cut 5, go.
Should a shutdown this time around, now that Republicans are in control, should it be a threat? Should you be guys using it as leverage?
I never use it as a threat. I don't like the fact that Donald Trump is shutting government down as we speak. You know, he says, I want to...
Tell me, what part of the government did he shut down? He's trying to shut down some of the outrageous spending, some of the outrageous programs. But maybe Tim Kaine can tell us what part of the government is he shut down. What does he shut down? Nothing. Nothing. He's trying to deal with what I call the government within the government, the subterranean government. Social security checks are still going on. Medicaid and Medicare are still functioning as they always have been. Veterans Administration is chugging along. What has he shut down? Nothing.
Yeah, I see Tammy posting me in Vegas about that shit.
And yet the Democrats keep
threatening. How about it there, ancient ape? Come on, you fucking...
I'm just making a point.
What a dumb fucker you are, Tammy Holt. Calling you out, bitch.
Shut down the government. Go ahead.
Shrink USAID staff down to 2.
Yeah, and I would let Mina up here. If you come up here, I definitely would let Mina up if she showed. That'd be a show right there. This place would fucking erupt. Be fucking Mount Subi something.
He didn't cry any tears for people who lost their jobs in the private sector.
Dance off
He didn't
between
cry any
Mina
tears for the
and
small businesses that went
Mammy
broke.
Tammy Big
For
Clammy.
the waiters and waitresses that lost their
Wiggins'
jobs.
favorite.
He didn't cry any
Wiggins'
tears
favorite monkey right
in the
there.
private sector
He
because the
trains
private
monkeys.
sector
Boy,
is
you got
just
her
giving them
trained
power
pretty
they
good,
can create.
Wiggin.
It's government. Go ahead.
Congress against the law. I don't like that, and I don't think we should be.
What's against the law?
Tim Kaine.
What? Which law are you talking about? How do they get away?
Hillary
with this?
Clinton's running mate. He lost.
What law are you talking about? And what did he shut down? Simple follow-up. Hey.
No, she doesn't like Trump.
What government?
She doesn't
program
like
was
MAGA
shut down?
people either.
And some were. These
Calls
left-wing
us
tech programs,
maggots.
but tell us.
We die without
And what
flies.
law did he violate? And what about
We didn't have
Senators and
flies, we'd
Congressmen?
die. If we'd
President
have
of the United States,
cockroaches,
if
we
any
would
vote
die.
behind the executive branch? Imagine, Tim Kaine, if you
If
couldn't
they
run your
died,
own
we're
staff.
gonna die.
Your pathetic, small, little staff of 22-year-olds, as they
Idiots.
like to say. And by the way, on Capitol Hill, there's a whole
She
lot
already
of
knows who you
22-year-olds
are,
running
Matt. I
legislation
guarantee
and
it.
pushing agendas. A whole damn
Because
bunch of them.
nobody lurks more than that person.
There's a whole bunch of 25 and 26.
She goes behind all the time.
graduates of law schools or clerks to Supreme Court justices. They're not practiced attorneys, experienced
That's why I
attorneys.
call her Mammy Tammy Big
They're
Clammy.
ladies. Right out of law school. Clerking. For hundreds of federal district court judges, hundreds of appellate judges, and all the Supreme Court justices. And they're all over Capitol Hill, as I said.
I'm not one of your monkeys, Wiggin. Sorry.
All over Capitol Hill because
You lost it, Wiggin.
Without them. I'll be right back.
News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense.
Wiggin wants to come up here, what, for me to draw numbers? Is that what you think?
You get into the all-new Nissan Murano.
Fuck you.
And you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof. While the massaging seats.
You don't run shit here. The only shit you run is what comes out of your mouth, and that's it.
Not rushing at all. Shop the
Other than that, there ain't no shit here.
Panoramic moonroof massaging leather.
All right, Wiggin, I'll give you your wish.
Working hard is worth it.
I'll post the link for you.
And when it comes to working,
You go ahead.
the same thing is true. You want the
Since you
maximum
don't have it
benefit of
copied.
the time you have, and that's exactly what Tonal is built for. And with their latest iteration, Tonal 2, you can
You
ensure
think
your
I get on
workout is
JC's
more
panel when I
tailored
do
and
it? I got her
effective
link
than ever.
copied.
Tonal's at-home strength training system uses adaptive weight to learn from your movement and set the optimal weight for every move, adjusting in 1 pound increments up to 250 pounds. Challenging.
Because Wiggin, I can turn this radio show down to where I can hear it and talk to you at the same time. I'm able to listen to two people at the same time.
Plus, the new built-in Smart View leverages a high-resolution camera that lets you see yourself during your workout, analyzes your movement, and provides real-time coaching, just like a personal trainer. Right now, Tonal is offering our listeners $200 off your Tonal purchase with promo code Tonal200. That's Tonal.com and use promo code Tonal200 for $200 off your purchase. That's Tonal.com, promo code Tonal200 for $200 off.
Attention taxpayers, the IRS is intensifying collections in 2025. Tax Network USA's experienced lawyers have saved clients over.
Yeah, it's me.
Ready to negotiate.
What do you want?
Don't
I'm getting a little sick and tired of that spiel that you talk about Rocky Gold.
Care what you fucking like. You don't like it? Too bad. Don't tune in. Quit listening to my shit.
No, man. Why don't you quit lying?
Why don't you quit running your mouth?
Goddamn dick
You quit
holder,
running
dude.
your fucking mouth.
Fuck you, punk.
Stay out of my business.
You lying
You don't fucking run
motherfucker,
shit here. You're not in charge.
Hey, you say you want to have conversation, but
No,
you're incapable
you say
of
I
it.
fucking attack
You're
everybody, and
incapable of
everybody comes in here
conversation, Billy.
you object to. So fuck you.
You're incapable of honesty and
No,
truth.
don't say
Billy.
your. My name's not
I'm
yours.
gonna tell you what the
You.
truth is, and everybody knows it.
and
But you're not going to
fucking-
accept
you're being
it, are
a-
you?
You're
'Cause you
out of
gotta
line,
go
boy.
with your lying
Being
narrative all the time.
unprofessional.
Don't you?
You're being very unprofessional there, Buster.
What are
You
you
are.
talking about? This is YouTube. This isn't.
Yeah, what are you talking about? This is YouTube. As far as you see it,
fuck's
I
wrong
see it
with you?
different. I don't have to think like you do.
You got a
I don't have
degree
to
in
accept
YouTube
your
already,
friend as
asshole?
my
You
friend.
got a stream
It's
for
not going to
6
happen
months
with
and you hold a
so keep
degree
trying.
in
Go ahead.
professionalism?
Go ahead. You
Huh?
got the floor. I'll let you talk.
Let me talk, you stupid fuck.
Oh, you're going to call me a stupid fuck?
You are a stupid fuck.
Well, okay, so then say bye. I'm not going to let you talk then. Fuck you.
See how you are? See how you are?
Now, this is what you do over at your chat. That's exactly what you do over at your chat.
American flag. That's
Bye.
America,
You're not going to come in here and fucking call off to me. Fuck you. And deal with side chat. Go ahead. Post whatever you want in side chat. Because everybody else is going to be in my side chat if they want to be. There, now you're banned from my studio thing. There, you go ahead. You got the side chat. You're just a side chatter tonight, boy.
I fly American flags all the time.
You ain't gonna come up here and call me names. You won't let me do it on yours, so fuck you.
Quality American flag, period. Right now, when you go to
nobody will even have a chance to come up and gang. I don't need a gang. Fuck you.
Flag supply will give you 30.
Try again.
Off your complete
maybe use a different account
again
if you think you want.
Allegiance.com for American flags made by Americans for Americans.
Sorry, you're imploding.
Sense of your world.
Go live. Go open your chat. Steal all my viewers. Go ahead.
Making sense of the news.
I'm still going to sit here and listen to my program. You don't like it? Too fucking bad. You're not going to come up on my panel and dish me. It ain't happening. Fucking freak.
These Democrats over the weekend, they've lost their minds. And so that's why people don't watch their shows anymore. That's why this.
I watch 60 Minutes.
Viewers, all
I watch that shit.
Is to bring these propaganda
hard to watch
TV so they can be propaganda.
Fucking Martha Radis, what a dumb bitch that fucker was.
You know, I told you behind this microphone, and I started out my Sunday Fox show, and as I always talk about on Blaze, I don't do what I do for ratings. I don't do what I do for glory, such as it is. I do what I do because I believe in it. If I didn't have a microphone or if there wasn't a TV camera, I'd be doing it anyway. How do I know? Because I used to. Without a microphone.
That's right, Wiggin.
I haven't changed at all.
You're the fake, Wiggin. I'm not a fraud. You are.
I don't know who the highest rated guests are. You have hosts who say, okay, who really rates, who's big, and then they fight over them. And I don't do any of it.
Radio's a big platform.
Do I do any of it on radio, Mr. Producer? No, it's got to be somebody that's going to provide some information or some insight or has written something that's very much worth sharing with you.
You're not going to sit here and insult me on my own panel.
And I think these Sunday shows, but I think these news shows
ain't going to happen.
Be doing the American people a great favor if they would.
I hope you watched.
Consider bringing on.
I don't know if Rocky did another coffee table last night. That's a good title for a chat. Having a coffee table.
You don't need to keep bringing on.
Open chat, basically. Yeah. I mean, Clinton's had coffees. All right. Hillary and her coffees. Meeting with certain people.
Hakeem Jeffries on ABC's This Week. What do they contribute to the conveyance of information?
Stephanopoulos is on ABC, by the way.
Anything.
I think.
Jimmy Raskin is a communist. He's an old red. I don't say that just to throw a pejorative at him. No, because he is what he is. It's amazing to me how these people get away with this. I mean, if he'd been a Klan member, they'd say something about it, right? And they should. Well, you're communist. I mean, that's not a lot better, is it? Particularly when you look at the record. It's not. So, we keep getting.
That's right. We can go open your chat and belittle me over there. Show your pictures of me eating a banana. Looks like I'm sucking a cock. Go have fun.
Which part of the Constitution? They never cited. Which law? They never cite. In fact, many of these judges don't cite. I've been going through their opinions. What part of the Constitution are they talking about? And which law are they talking about? They're just substituting their own opinions for that of the President of the United States. And
my furnace is just,
and they're not supposed to.
It barely shuts off. It's fucking windy out.
Here's Jamie Raskin, the red, back on.
This place really isn't insulated too well.
Let me tell you something. We better hold the house.
For the last 2 years of his term, this is all they're going to be pushing. We've got to fight this. We've got to win that next election. We've got to be proactive. Cut 11. Go.
Well, first of all, the Attorney General did not cite any changes in the facts of the case. She did not cite any changes in the law.
Okay, she doesn't have to cite anything. And if you had a real journalist, they would say, well, what facts of the case are you talking about? What facts of the case are you talking about? Go ahead.
Occurred, nor did she cite any irregularities in the investigation. Well, then she mentioned that.
But you don't know anything we're asking at all. You don't know about the decision-making process. They don't have to reveal it to you, and they didn't reveal it to you, and you wouldn't mind it. It wouldn't matter to you anyway. No, you're a true believer. You're a communist. That's what you are. Sometimes I wish these bastards will sue me like this bastard right here. Not only would I counterclaim, not only would I never settle, ever. I'd own every damn thing he has. And I trust you, discovery for him would be excruciating. Be very painful. It would be a legal, proctological exam, Mr. Producer. May I say. I've always said this about CARE, the same thing. I don't settle. I will counterclaim. I will sue them for tortious interference with my business, and I'll own every piece of that damn organization.
The Viking.
Every bit of their fundraising information. I'll make it work with the entire world.
You're still sailor of the seas.
WNAL.
Gonna say something, then I forgot. Let me read the chat, see if it jogs my memory.
And there's breaking news every minute. Now, tens of millions of Americans are turning off Fox and CNN and tuning in to Newsmax for the breaking information.
Yeah, he's gonna go brag to his little fucking cronies that I banned him off the fucking, I just banned him from the panel. That account. He's got other accounts. He can come back. He can still click on that link and try to come up.
You'll get great shows with Rob Schmidt.
He's mad because I don't go to his chat and beg to come up on his panel. That motherfucker's been over there, his stream, he's got my name in the title and fucking calling me out on his panel, just to fuck with me electronically. Because he can't do it with his fucking brain. Because I am like Levin. I fucking come up with things that people like him don't know. And then when they do find out, him and his buddy DA and all that carry off with it. They steal my shit all the fucking time. That's been going on since day one. Even impressed at how fast I could change a name and shit. Because I'm always 5 steps ahead of you, you fucker. I don't need to do, I show pictures of clones that I get, whatever. And I'm not taking a bunch of screenshots from your chat and your words and that play. I haven't even played you. I used to play you all the time. I'd restream you. I got JC to turn me in. JC and Tiffany are fucking blat ass cried motherfuckers. Rusty will come around. You watch. She won't admit it, but secretly Rusty likes this guy.
And when it comes to working out, the same thing's true. You want the maximum benefit in the time you have. And that's exactly what Tonal is built for. And with their latest iteration, Tonal 2, you can ensure your workout is more tailored and effective than ever. Tonal's at-home strength training system uses adaptive to learn from
Rusty knows if she was my neighbor snowed in, that I would shovel her out.
Challenging even the most advanced users to push their limits. You can also experience
but I don't play the what if game. Randy does that all the time. Oh, what if aliens came and blah, 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 blah. Randy, God is an alien. Whether or not you believe in God doesn't really matter. I can give you a better look at it. It's hard to see. There were red in his eyes, but there's red in the wings. All right, there's a skull right there in the middle of the shield. But the red in his eyes, you can still somewhat see it. That's an old tattoo right there. I've had that a long time. I have 2 dragons on my right arm.
Or go to terms apply. Do it today. Now tax season is usually karma, where Java Tax Expert can do taxes for you.
I'd wrap you up like a fucking paper sack, Wiggin. Peeled a lot of potatoes. Not really. Usually the potatoes that were peeled were potatoes for other, lunch and dinner or whatever. But in the morning, home fries is pretty much, the lionized potatoes, O'Brien potatoes. You like O'Brien potatoes? Just it has bell pepper in it. The only problem with a submarine when you get ready to go to sea, you can't pack the refrigerator with a bunch of fresh produce. You can't. You'll run out of food. It takes up all the room for you. All right, mostly it's cheese, canned ham, lots of canned ham. A lot, ham and cheese is a staple on a submarine. Well, potatoes, I didn't have to peel them for home fries. Wash them off, cut them up, and they went on the grill. So it's not just peeling the potato, it's also cutting it up into little squares. Fuck you, Wiggin.
You're stuck in this cycle of mounting debt. Call my friend.
Well, that joint went fast.
A massive bank conglomerate. One-on-one service. Number 3, the people helping you don't get a commission. Their salary, whether you sign up with them or not. And number 3, they're going to show you how to do this in the least painful way possible.
Well, I will say he's got a lot of fucking nerve. I tell you right now, certain people are probably laughing about what's going on. The Undertaker.
Now, you might even be able to skip your next mortgage payment. There's no upfront fee, so it costs you absolutely nothing to find out how much you could save. It's very, very important. They will do the calculation for you and tell you how much you could save. You can draw your own conclusion.
When they find Andy dead, they're gonna find him dead with a pair of women's underwear over his face. I swear to God, that's how he wants to be buried, don't you? We're gonna come to your funeral, and there's gonna be whose panties do you want placed on your head, Andy? At your funeral.
888-900-1828. 888-900-1828. 888-900-1828. It's AmericanFinancing.net.
And MLS 18234.
Red State, a very good site. Nicarama. Letitia James steps on multiple rakes in a wild rant against Trump and Musk.
Yeah, finally.
At least Attorney General Letitia James, or Tuckus James, appeared outside a federal court in New York City last week. Talk about a lawsuit that she and other Democrat attorneys general have filed against Trump.
and his administration in regard to the actions of Doge and access to information. Oh, yes. James is trying to stand in the way of efforts to root out fraud, waste, and abuse. And during the remarks,
Wiggin just went live, guys.
She claimed Elon
He's
Musk
got the
is
word
a
sailor. He's
individual
mad at
with
me.
No one elected. And no one is allowed to have access to this
Wiggins mad
information.
at
She
me.
said
That's
he was
all
not
right.
subject to any
Side
vetting
chat's open.
and was untethered.
If you don't
to
like
any
the radio
accountability at
program,
all.
turn it off.
James wrongly claimed that they froze Social Security and veterans payments.
Most people don't want me to turn it off, so I'm not gonna.
Ultra vires, meaning virus, without authority. The legal concept that is beyond their powers. But she appeared to even mispronounce that. She claimed Musk, Treasury officials, and Trump is not above the law, meaning they are not above the law. English is not her best language. Gibberish is. She completely ignored that Musk was named the head of the Department of Government and Efficiency, Doge, as part of the executive office of the president by the duly elected president. She ignored that Musk is a special government employee.
Yeah, she's a nice-looking girl, Courtney Love.
She also falsely claimed he has not been vetted when indeed he has top security.
Me personally,
he likely is more vetting.
Maureen O'Hare from a long time ago. She was a pretty woman.
James claimed it was a violation of separation of
Maureen
powers.
O'Hare, redhead.
They need consent from Congress.
As much as I like brunettes, she was really nice looking.
That's what it really gets down to, isn't it?
We basically redheads, you know, they come from brunettes. Brunettes can turn red.
Him, meaning Musk, from having access to that private information, James said. They tend to interfere in the powers of the executive branch. That's the bottom line.
Letitia James, the subject tonight.
It isn't Musk or Trump who don't seem to understand the law.
A lot of fraud. That person should be in jail.
Letitia James. She should check with the American people who support Trump and Musk. But James doesn't much seem to care about that. Of course not. She just cares about the people who elect her radical coups. Maybe James wants to check into why the DOJ has filed a lawsuit against New York Governor Kathy Hochul in regard to illegal immigration. We're talking about the rule of law. He wants to talk about the rule of law with the mess that they have in New York when it comes to illegal aliens. That's precious. No, she'd rather do a theatrical performance attacking Trump and Musk. She's quite the dancer. Is she a belly dancer, Mr. Producer? Certainly has the tools. She doesn't understand, or maybe she doesn't care, that she's on the wrong side in every way. If she thinks this is raising her national profile in some good way for future office, she's sadly mistaken. I don't think she is. I think she wants to be governor at some point. I think that's what this is all about. But
I'll never vote for her.
She's a maniac, and she's also quite stupid. I don't know how she got through law school. I'm being very honest with you. I don't know how she passed the bar. And I don't know how she.
That's a tough thing to do.
She strikes me just by
passing the bar
and her qualifications to be a moron. That's right. I said it. She's a moron.
You won't have time to be in YouTube chat if you're studying to become a lawyer.
You know, when I came out of law school, I don't think I joined them, but if I did, it was for a very truncated period of time. Jutlandia, Jupplandia, the American Bar Association should probably be disbarred as a group. An organization on the take set the rules of ethics for a profession that has long been associated with a lack of ethics. What are they talking about? Listen to this. Just a very short further note on the circular money flow.
Andy wants Whoopi Goldberg's panties.
The judicial fight against the Trump administration.
And Joy Behar. He wants to double up.
People have noted that the role of the American Bar Association as the provider of ethics guidelines followed by most states. The process to remove a federal judge is particularly difficult, requiring impeachment similar to what occurs against a president. Such a judge also faces a confirmation process to take up the role in the first place. Once in, they're difficult to remove, and I'll explain why later, which makes their ethical character extremely important. The supposed watchdog of ethics for all lawyers is essentially the American Bar Association. It is the Bar Association.
I hope you're listening, Doug, because I know you don't like lawyers.
You're supposed to follow to remain within professional ethical guidelines. When a lawyer's behavior is considered unethical, they're disbarred.
I'd like to think I am a lawyer because I know my constitutional rights.
by the
We
ABA.
all should be a lawyer.
Well, the ABA can't circumvent the impeachment process regarding federal judges. So far as
Just
I
like
know,
we all should learn how to cook.
even if public statements can have a significant impact. The ABA was calling a judge unethical, their position would be untenable. The ABA has much more influence than over prosecutors and lawyers generally. Well, it'll never do that. The ABA is run by a bunch of liberal slip and fall ambulance chasing lawyers. If I say so. Several of the Democrat judges ruling against Trump's spending policies have themselves received this is the key, have themselves received USAID funding or shown that they should have recused themselves from key USAID cases. Bringing personal feelings to a case and having conflicts of interest are, of course, ethical violations of a judicial role. Judge McConnell called Trump a tyrant in 2021. He personally donated $700,000 to two Democrat senators who then recommended to Obama that he be appointed as a federal judge. Oh, nothing sleazy there, huh, Judge? These senators both refused to recuse themselves from the confirmation vote of McConnell, getting a lifetime judicial post. So he gives them $700,000. They support him for judge. They don't recuse themselves when it comes to voting for him. Pretty nice, isn't it, America? McConnell has refused to recuse himself from cases against the Trump administration. Judge Amir Hatton Mahdi Ali is a Canadian-born Biden appointee. He was president of the Soros-founded NGO. The Soros-founded NGO.
Wow.
That received USAID funding. He has ruled that USAID funding should continue. Just one Soros organization received $260 million from USAID. Soros, in turn, has funded almost all the Democrat DAs and prosecutors engaged in Trump lawfare.
Wow. We've known this.
Bringing lawsuits.
We've known this.
And the audits and spending freezes, ready? Have received Soros funding or USAID funding or both. Judge John Bates, who ordered the LGBTQ plus propaganda be restored to government websites, is married to Carol Rees, the founder of an NGO called Hope for Children in Ethiopia, which is funded by, can you guess, USAID. Hey, Johnny, why didn't you recuse yourself? Why didn't you reveal the connection, Johnny? The hell kind of judge are you, jerk? These are ethical violations the ABA should be interested in, but the ABA, they don't care because they're on the payroll too, says the article. The people who set the ethical rules are paid by the people whose spending is being revealed as crooked. They're also effectively in charge of whether lawyers and prosecutors have been unethical, or then bringing cases and hearing cases which decide that the system paying them or their family members must continue. The system is so crooked, he says, that the entire ABA membership have a conflict of interest in these cases. The ABA as an organization definitely does, just as a matter of these specific judges do. What do you think about that, America? I'll be right back.
What? News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
I unbanned you, Wiggin. You can try again if you think you might want to try. Oh, Wiggins live anyways. He doesn't need to come up on my panel. Well, we can talk about him.
It was stolen. It was horrible. I got LifeLock customer ever since. I never had a problem.
Yeah, the Crypt Keeper. Crypt Man. Oh, that must be an awful thing. Daughter of Truth. These people here in this chat, your generation and in the generation that you're ahead of, right? The younger generation looking and seeing what you're doing. Of course, Wiggin would let you have a close friend like Monica because, you know, he's he's not going to talk about getting into that. You know, he gets all the bitches. You know what I mean? When I said he won against Will Durant, I don't know if that's really a win. Because, you know, Will Durant would probably be better off if Alicia wasn't actually in his life. Oh, she isn't. You think someone like Will is going to take on a woman like Alicia for illegitimate kids? Well, that's a lot of baggage.
Might look like any normal, playful puppy, but after days to become a canine companion.
And you claim to be a veteran, and then you can play a guitar. You and John does. Every time he's been on panel, including Shannon's, he just no sound. There's nothing. He hits the strings a couple times and acts like he's fucking jamming to something. I don't claim to be a guitar player. I'm not a guitar player. Yeah, well, that's what he wants. He went live, so it's troll night, obviously. Battle of the Trolls. I'm known as the benevolent troll. I wear many hats. My favorite hat is Weiss's Nilla. That's how it's pronounced, Weiss's Nilla.
Everyone wants more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast reliable.
I don't know. Angie doesn't say too much about Jarl Wiggin, but I got a feeling I bet you Angie has more respect for this guy right here than she does you, Wiggin. Which one to bet? I'd let Angie come up and have time easy. She's free. She wanted to.
The kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house.
I won't let people up just to attack each other. If they agreed and want, I'd do that. I'm here to listen to current events. I'm a current event kind of guy.
He just answered a few health questions right.
Basically, I'm a journalist. I just haven't gone into full mode yet. Start printing stuff, posting shit. I can go on Facebook, easy. If I went on Facebook now and resumed what I was doing, let's see what happens. I said I got True Social. I haven't even been on that yet. It's an app on that phone.
The mental midgets and ignoramuses.
It's a Samsung. It's
another lawyer, an acquaintance, and a friend. Why is it I'm attacking them? My words are my words. My posts are my posts. I agree with what Andy McCarthy's doing and saying about the President and the Department of Justice. Strenuously, I disagree. Both have different backgrounds and experiences when it comes to these things. And I said he's getting hysterical about it. It's an attack. Attack? But what kind of childish pukes work for this?
Wiggin does not have my skull, and that's what pisses him off the most. You'll never get this.
I do what I do and say what. But if I wanted to really viciously attack somebody, putting Andy aside,
And I'm not one of his trained monkeys, dumb
do it
fuck.
with the left all the time. It's not an attack.
Oh, no side chat? Well, you guys can chat here all you want. I don't care what you talk about. You can talk about what you're listening to, or you can talk. All right, just, don't call me pussy and shit. Don't attack the host, please.
They all sit there in the basement, their boxer shorts or no clothes at all.
Or America.
School of Journalism. They don't have an office. Maybe they do.
Because there's a lot of us that we're in that CNN chat.
Things that other people say, that other platforms.
It's all the same people.
Take videos, and they just aggregate them. They put their own headlines on them, create their own sort of counter reaction.
Gotti stays away because he knows I'm dangerous. Don't you, Gotti?
I mean, if I want to take off the gloves and put my brass knuckles on, I will. McCarthy wants to do it, he will too. That's the way
Hey, they were here earlier. We just getting started, and then my nephew showed up, and I had to go.
But I disagree strongly. Okay, am I allowed to, or do I got to go along? This isn't media hype. That's not the way the world works. Not a bunch of lemmings like they are over there doing Dan Abrams' dirty work. Mr. Jerry Springer of TV.
If you don't know who Dan is, he's the one that does police shit, right? He's
conservative talk.
trying to follow Cops. Cops was the best show.
What we do.
Dan Abrams, he's a libtard.
They're under attack. I know how to attack. If the time is needed to attack somebody, I'll attack them. And they'll attack me, and we'll do what we do. I grew up just a bunch of punks. Really, just a bunch of punks. And no, the Department of Justice and Pam Bondi.
Why? What's happening in Vegas? They were all in Vegas earlier. Mina was there. Let me go get my other phone. I'll take a peek.
Place at the Department of Justice. It needs to be done. It must be done. This country was founded on freedom. Freedom from a country that forced us to buy overpriced tea, then tried blockading us when we dumped their lousy tea into the ocean. How'd that work out? Well, it's time to throw your overpriced big wireless, that big wireless contract overboard too. You don't need to pay $100 a month per person just to get a free phone. Sounds to me, if you're doing that, you're paying for the phone and then some. Pure Talk, my cell phone company, says no to inflated prices. That's why they came into being in the first place.
Well, let's see how this works.
Plan, you can choose
if you're in Vegas, are you going to be using two devices? Or are you going to have two tabs open on your computer?
This is for
right, so because their meter reads 33.
Dependable 5G.
All right.
So get your
now I have it because these guys blocked me. Terry B, John Duh, he blocks me. He's there. All right. Not sure who Motorhead is. JP32 is odd. I said a long time ago I know who that is. I'm not going to ever say it again. Jonathan Siegel. Gulfster blocks me, unblocks me.
I promise. No hassles, no gimmicks. Just
Rum is back. He blocks me.
Wireless price.
Then they unblock me when they want to troll me. Him and Whipperman are in together.
Now pound 250, say the keyword.
And Dutchie. Don't let Whipperman fool you. Him and Dutchie, they'll team up on a heartbeat. They want you to think that they hate each other when they don't. So you didn't come to your door. Whipperman will come and didn't come to your door. Gives a fuck. So
seems like everybody's been on the tape with USAID and the rest of the government.
Rum posted, I'm not sure who he's talking to. You gone from threatening me to flirting with me. I don't know who's talking to him.
That's right.
Yeah, Vegas is pretty boring.
Trump with impeachment. They're already threatening with impeachment. I mentioned this
I'm not going to give Wiggin a view. I'm not even going to peek it. I don't give a shit what he's saying. I'm never going to his chat again, not even to troll him.
He should be expelled.
I'll troll him from
Why
here.
don't you go on offense on this stuff? Why isn't there a hearing to look into his background, to look into his conspiratorial activities in and out of government, to try and create an environment for yet another impeachment? This is the guy who is constantly trying to usurp democracy, the Electoral College. This is the guy who tried to prevent, as I recall, even George W. Bush from becoming president of the United States. He's a lousy POS. He's a good for nothing. He's also a fraud, a phony, and a freak. He's a coward. See, this is an attack right now. He won't come on the show. He won't come on the show. He won't confront me. And he won't allow me to confront him. No. Instead, he goes on, let's see, Deface the Nation. Why is he a guest on Deface the Nation? Why? Does he have something brilliant to say? No, he's a broken record. That's why he's on Deface the Nation. That's why they have the hosts that they have on these Sunday network shows. They're lousy. I'll be right back.
WNAL.
Hey, Patrick Rowe, true story. I don't know how he would spell it with a Y or not. He used to have a Willys Jeep. And he was a World War II veteran. Yeah. My grandmother's Johnson, one of her sisters, and the last name was McKeffey, and his nickname, they called him Wiggy. Wiggy McKeffey. Great big barrel of a guy. Died from black lung. He worked in the talc mine. World War II veteran. Uncle Wiggy. Yeah.
Your identity stolen, LifeLock's US.
So it would be my great uncle. Not my uncle, but my great uncle. It'd be my mother's uncle. My mother has an uncle. His name is Wiggy. Wiggy. You like my handle of you there, Patrick Rowe? Huh? You got a wrench. You want me to change the name on that to Patrick Rowe? I can do that. Polar Patrick. Yeah, his name was Wiggy. Died in his late 50s. So back in them days, you had to do what you had to do to survive each day. He just had a good idea, Patrick. I hope you have a sense of humor, Patrick.
An update on the Clinton crash in Canada. I'm Lisa Sarah, Fox News. The commuter jet flipped over, landing on its roof, trying to land at Toronto's Pearson Airport this afternoon.
17 injured passengers were quickly taken to local area hospitals. At this time, we do not know of any of those passengers having critical injuries.
Toronto Airports Authority CEO Jennifer Flynn, there were earlier reports of passengers.
Wait till you see this.
Emergency responded within minutes. All passengers and crew gone out within minutes. The stage is set for negotiations between the U.S. and Russia, including an end to the war in Ukraine.
American negotiators arrived in Saudi Arabia. Ukrainians say we're not involved. NATO's Secretary General still believes this is the way forward. And he's Putin.
You know, when I'm in Vegas, chat, I do you. I'm sitting here laughing at myself. People are walking by my window and shit. Right? There's people in the village that know what I do.
Michelle King, they say, leftover Doge's attempts to access sensitive government accounts. The number of dead in weekend flooding in Kentucky has
President Trump has approved an emergency declaration for Kentucky where the storm has killed at least 11 people, including a mother.
Do you prefer wiener or weenie?
More than 1,000 rescues.
See what it does.
Survivors say they are determined to rebuild.
Fox's Jonathan Serra in Reeves, Tennessee. Flood warnings have been extended to most of Kentucky, parts of Arkansas, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, West Virginia, Virginia, and Ohio. Meanwhile,
I won't be able to change that for 13 days now. We'll leave it there. Wiggins Wiener.
Sharon Reardon's on the news desk. Good evening. Concerns about air safety the FAA workers following the Reagan National
The FAA is understaffed.
Senator Chris Van Hollen told WMAL. The Department of Transportation says air traffic.
All those agencies getting government money, they're corrupted.
Monday, Elon Musk and a SpaceX team visited the Air Traffic Control System Command Center in Virginia. Musk said on X, SpaceX engineers will help make air travel safer. Heather Curtis on WMAL and WMAL.com.
More than 150 swiftwater rescues were made in Southwest Virginia yesterday following a catastrophic flash flooding in some areas that damaged critical infrastructure and washed out some roads. Governor Glenn Youngkin submitted an expedited major disaster.
I've been in that area. I lived in
Andy John with the
West Ocean View Avenue, Norfolk, Virginia. Right on the Hampton Bay Bridge Tunnel.
Things that money can provide.
I need to go back there someday.
In neighboring Kentucky, flooding has killed at least 11 people.
On my way to South Carolina.
Prince George's County residents can start voting in a special election for a new executive to replace Senator Angela Alsobrooks. Governor Wes Moore has made an endorsement. He's backing State's Attorney Aisha Braveboy in the 11-person race. All 5 public safety labor unions threw their support behind former county executive Rushern Baker today. WMAL news time is 8:04.
Yeah, pretty much. Their wishy-washy Wiggin is feeding Rusty. She's watching that man break down.
No problems in Prince George's County or Montgomery.
He should just come to his senses.
I looked at the cameras and the inner loop and outer loop are at speed.
I'm not going to beg for someone's friendship.
On the eastbound side or on the
No.
westbound side. On 95 in Virginia.
Not going to happen.
You're going to find it slow between Warrington Road and Dumfries Road.
Too bad.
The southbound side of 95 is clear.
And I'm not going to give you a view, Wiggin. I don't care what you say. Because at this point, to me, it doesn't matter what you say at all. Enough's been said. I know where you stand. There you go. Wiggins Wiener.
Sometimes it feels like we're just moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing and another. Don't forget,
Patrick, you quit posting. What's the matter?
you get into the all-new Nissan Murano. Feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof.
We're on the last hour of the Mark Levin show. This should be interesting for a Monday night. Glad football's over with. I'm fucking sick of hearing about it. No, I say that now, and as soon as someone sees me in chat somewhere, they can be talking about football.
You want the maximum benefit in the time you have, and that's exactly what Tonal is built for. And with their latest iteration, Tonal 2, you can ensure your workout is more tailored and effective than ever. Tonal's at-home strength training system uses
Nobody was better at it than John Madden. Those days are gone. Rosie Greer.
Most advanced users to push their limits. You can also experience
Kaepernick did him in. They let that fucker do that shit. That fucker should have never kneeled on that flag during a football game. That was a wrong thing to do. It's an insult to college football. That's where these people are. They're in our primary and secondary education institutions.
$100 off.
IRS is intensifying collections in 2025. If you owe $10,000 or more or have unfiled tax returns, it's time to take action. Tax Network USA's experience.
So we have to ask yourself, Andy, Patrick, who else is in here? Matt Galligan, who else is in here? I'm not really sure.
Get the help you need at 1-800-789-0000.
Wiggin, scheming with Whippermantle. That's why he disabled his chat, because he doesn't want you seeing Whippermantle posting.
Don't forget, America. Go ahead and send
And all the other fucks he's protecting.
You go to marklevinshow.com, click on audio
That's right.
rewind at the top, and pick your favorite podcast platform. Or go to your favorite podcast platform
And search Mark Levin Show and subscribe for free. And don't forget, we have our own YouTube channel. You just go to YouTube and type in the Mark Levin Show, and there you go. This group opened the book. What was that, Rich? No? Okay. OpenTheBooks.com. This organization, I don't know anything about them other than they've been very good. Private sector is learning in a hard and costly way that much of the diversity, equity, and inclusion model is discriminatory and subject to expensive litigation. That is corporations quietly altering their approach according to the Associated Press. That's hung on the Gulf of Mexico. They're hung up on that. You can't tell us to call it the Gulf of America. And I don't have to call you the Associated Press either. That's why I call you the Associated Press. While federal agencies have also faced a mountain of legal challenges, the Biden administration has nevertheless pressed on with the president's commitment to a whole-of-government DEI effort.
Can you hear this okay? If you're listening?
With a budget surpassed only by
it's not too loud, is it?
294 DEI staffers at an annual
I can hear it.
Nearly $40 million. That doesn't even include another $30 million in payroll for 7 offices of minority health embedded within.
That's the beauty of this. You could be in a side chat and listening to something else at the same time.
This whole radical left infrastructure. It's just incredible. This edifice, as I call it. While the roles are dedicated to DEI, related efforts have permeated through virtually every area of the department. Resulting funds pour out across
I am the true international chat.
To achieve equity and justice in public health. The black churches is recruited to push vaccinations, to universities for hiring diverse researchers, the special outreach for anyone from criminals to the LGBT community to the indigenous and so forth. I mean, it's in our medical schools, ladies and gentlemen. You should ask anybody. You'd have to do it off the record. It'd have to be anonymous. When you apply to medical school, the kinds of questions they ask and the interviews that they conduct, it's all radical BS. It's all radical BS. And it's certainly going to affect and does affect the...
Oops, I wanted the American flag in that.
Finally woke up. Very animated, you know. All right, 2 things you need to know. We'll put our marker down here. We already did, but just to underscore. Number 1, the Democrats are pushing hard for a government shutdown to blame Trump and Elon Musk and the Republicans. So that's coming. At least that effort's coming. That's number 1. Number 2, if they win the House, they're going to impeach Donald Trump. These are vile, evil people. They're vile, evil people. And they've abused the impeachment clause. They abused it against Trump, and they abused it in favor of Mayorkas in the Senate. These are very, very evil people. Hakeem Jeffries on ABC's This Week.
Oh, this is sickening.
Are you folks still watching these shows?
It's so fucking sickening.
On Sunday night. Are you watching these network Sunday shows?
With him on,
go.
This is awful.
How concerned are you?
Well, that's John Carl, who's another phony fraud and freak. Go ahead.
How concerned are you that the Trump administration is trying to use the justice system to control the mayor of New York City?
So stop there. What kind of a question is this? What kind of a question is this from a so-called reporter? John Carl. Moron John, as he's known. Remember, what a complete setup for a guy like Hakeem Jeffries. Did he ever ask questions like this when they were going after Trump? About the corrupt so-called justice system? I mean, it's still going on in New York, right? Go ahead.
Very concerned, and the situation is very disturbing. Mayor Adams has a responsibility to convince the people of New York City that he will be able to continue to govern in a manner that puts their best interests first at all times, and that he's not simply taking orders from a Trump administration, a Trump Department of Justice, or Trump officials who do not have the best interests of the city of New York at heart.
Oh, that's fantastic answer. Cut 14, go.
Because this prosecution has been suspended, which means the Justice Department can renew the prosecution at any time if they don't like what Adams is doing. That's correct. Listen,
All right, hold on, John Carl. I mean, really, are you serious? What kind of a jackass are you? All right, go ahead.
this is not promoting law and order. It's promoting lawlessness and disorder. And that's been consistent with what we've seen from the Trump administration from the very beginning, including but not limited to.
Hey, pal, Hakeem, you don't know a damn thing about the Constitution. If you do, you despise it. You don't honor it. You don't honor the men who wrote it. Why do you play games? Why do you go through this facade? These phony lectures from you. Your entire party is corrupt. Your entire party despises the Constitution. Your entire party is power hungry. That's all you need. That's all you want. What kind of thing? I mean, it's almost as if these guys are, may I say, having a wet kiss. Or, you know what I mean, Mr. Producer? He invites the guy on. It's grotesque. No Republican goes on any of these shows and is treated with any kind of respect whatsoever. It's attack dog like this Margaret Brennan attack dog.
WMAL 105.7
But this John Carl,
or
down
9.
there, you're Hakeem Jeffries, and the nature of the question is the answer. Go ahead.
Plus Mark Levin's in YouTube also.
Violent felons who attacked and brutally beat police officers and then were released back into
It's a separate app.
all across the
What are
country.
you talking about, pal? That's your mayors, your city council in New York and through every major city in America. This now shock to you, but can you believe this? Can you believe it? Yeah, that's right. The party of the Weather Underground, the party of the Students for Democratic Action, the party of the Black Panthers, the party of the FALN. I go on and on and on about the radical, violent organizations and groups. On and on. Makes January 6th look like a joke. Blowing up buildings, blowing up a room in the Capitol, shooting members of Congress right on the floor of the House. And they think they're kidding. Blowing up a cafe in New York, killing a police officer. They're these jerks.
Fear prosecution.
Public safety. Many of these
Right,
individuals.
thank you and goodbye. Now, Dana Bash, who sounds like she's bashed all the time. What a joke. You know, it doesn't get lower than CNN and MSNBC. Where do you go?
Hey, fuck you. Would you do Dana Bash?
Airport radar and sonogram.
She looks pretty
Where
hot
do you go?
from the neck
You're
down.
like at the bottom of the barrel. That's it for the left. There's nowhere else to go.
Married to Jeremy Bash, and then they divorced.
Dana Bash has Tom Homan on the Constipated News Network yesterday. Go ahead.
CNN.
Please.
If he doesn't do the things that you want him to do, would you be okay with DOJ reopening its?
See, they listen to each other. This is exactly what John Carl just said, right, Mr. Producer? Exactly what John Carl. Do you think they come up independently with these ideas? No. They socialize, they watch and listen to each other. It's a conga line. It's a chorus line. That's what it is. Of low IQ, stupid liberal Democrats. Go ahead.
Investigation into him? Should they do that?
So that's out of my lane. I'm a border, so I care about the border. So let DOJ do what they do. I care about removing public safety threats from the country.
She's not interested in that, Tom, is she? Again, the hostility, the conspiracy theories, they never treat Democrats this way, ever. And the more radical and extreme, the bigger the nut that they bring on, the more respect they treat this person with. Let's go to Alan Orr, immigration attorney on MSLSD. I bet he's just great. Cut 17, go.
Alan, does the 14th Amendment language specifically state who can or cannot get citizenship through birthright?
It does not. And this has been clearly established by all the courts, whether they were appointed by a conservative or not. I understand this is sort of a shot in the dark to try to get Congress to maybe change this or have a constitutional convention to sort of move this forward.
Slow down, pal. Slow down. What are you, an idiot? Let's start at the top, Mr. Producer. I got to listen slowly. Go ahead.
Alan, does the 14th Amendment language specifically state who can or cannot get citizenship through birthright?
Oh, what a clever question. First of all, it assumes there's birthright citizenship. Then they're asking Alan, who's paid
who's paid to be an advocate for illegal aliens. I guess. Why else would he be?
There's that birthright citizenship
exactly
coming
right.
up
Every court
again.
gets a rule, right?
Something
Slow
else
down,
Wiggin is
everybody.
mad at me over.
The question is, does the 14th Amendment confer birthright citizenship, period? Not whether some court did it or anybody else. And the answer is 100% no. In fact, I've gone over this so many times that some of the other lawyers out there are writing their own little op-eds for the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal, using exactly the points I've made since 2017 on Fox, that I've made now twice in the last 2 months on my own show on Fox, that I've made on the Blaze, and that I've made behind this microphone. Go ahead.
Has been clearly established by all the courts, whether they were appointed by conservative or not. So I understand this is sort of a shot in the dark to try to get Congress to maybe change.
Shot in the dark. We're trying to do the right thing. If the courts won't go along, and sometimes the courts don't, look what they've been doing now, then the courts don't go along. Number one, there's nothing, zero, in the historical record, nothing in the drafting of the 14th Amendment that conveys birthright citizenship. In fact, the phrase doesn't even exist. Number two, quite the opposite. The person who drafted, the senator who drafted, specifically said it doesn't apply to aliens, and they included Native Americans, that is Indians, because at the time they weren't viewed as citizens. Even they were excluded. Number three, for decades after the adoption of the 14th Amendment, there was no interpretation of the 14th Amendment to include birthright citizenship for anybody. Number four, the court at the end of the century prior, that is prior to the last century, 1898, the court ruled that there's birthright citizenship, effectively, for the children of legal immigrants. Where did it get that from? Absolutely nowhere. But it was appalled at Congress, the great Congress, we always rely on Congress, for its bigoted laws against Chinese. They basically said people of Chinese ethnicity could never be citizens. Just like Dred Scott said black people can never be free. And so the court said, no, they can. Their children can be. Where did he get it from? Nowhere. No court has ruled that illegal alien children have birthright citizenship. Not one. No matter how fast that guy talks, no matter what. What is he selling? Toilet paper? Remember that guy, Mr. Producer, who's selling toilet paper, spoke less fast, right? About 10, 20 years ago, I remember. Same guy, maybe? I don't know. I'll be right back.
News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing.
Well, everybody's listening. Now you know where to go and listen to them. Because what happens is when he goes from segment to, if he plays music in the background, you can't hear the music. So I don't know if it drowns out the mic because the mic will pick that up and his voice at the same time, and it confuses the computer. So what I haven't done is loaded that app down onto my laptop and open that tab so I can play it right through here. Eventually, I'll probably do that. But by doing this, I could turn this off and go somewhere else because my original accounts are on this phone. And that's what I listen to my music with. Like, there's something from Officer Tatum that needs to be played. And it's one of the reasons why I went live. And it's about a black pastor in a church somewhere. It's another Jeremiah Wright moment where chickens have come home to roost. How about you, Louis Farrakhan? Why don't you come on up here? You bring Al Sharpton with you. I dare you, you fuckers. I'm a journalist now. Come on.
Attention taxpayers. The IRS is
investigative journalism. You're right.
Unfiled tax returns. It's time to take action. Tax Network USA's experience.
Charlie says he won't come in here when Levin's on because Levin's Jewish.
Don't miss wait.
I love my Jewish sisters and brothers. I do.
Call 1-800-278-9000.
I wish my hair would grow so I could have them dreadlocks.
Visit tnusa.com.
I get me one of them fucking black caps. That's what I need. You want to see Billy Hayden turn Jewish? I'll have Jewish night. That's what we should do. I have to start playing Adam Sandler. Adam Sandler cracks me up.
Identity stolen. It was hard. I got LifeLock. I've been a customer ever since. I've never, ever had that problem again. So what did the IRS reported tax fraud due to identity theft went up?
Bob Barker.
Get LifeLock today. Don't get your identity stolen. They monitor millions of data points per second and alert you to threats you could miss. If your identity
Can you imagine being Bob Barker after you're doing your show and then women and you're surrounded by women, you're looking at that all day, all morning long, you gotta go home and it's still on your mind. It's like the real thing. It was one woman specifically, Molly, red-haired lady. Oh, she was really nice looking lady. Molly. That's a long time ago.
Folks, I believe every election could have an impact on our financial system and post-election.
I don't know, guys. He's mad at me. Wiggin is mad at me. And Wiggins got his side chat disabled. So he can't keep score. I'm sure the same people would be there. He doesn't want to get trolled. I'm open for trolling. Right? You want to troll Billy Hayden? Go ahead. Ain't nobody blocked. I might have. Did I time anybody out? I don't think I have yet. I banned Wiggin from the panel and then I undid it.
Help protect your hard-earned finances and diversify your portfolio.
The Undertaker.
You might even qualify for $1,000 in free silver. That's 800-900-8000. Don't wait. 800-900-8000. Tell them Mark Levin sent you.
He might be at JC's chat. I don't know. I'm pretty sure JC went live. I don't know if she still is. I'll check, see if JC's live.
Don't worry, we've got you covered. Get today's breaking news on the Vince Collins Show weekdays 3 to 6 right here on WIA.
JC's live. See, like right now, he's playing a tune.
Right, Bart.
He's talking.
Discovers they're finding all this money. $1.9 billion HUD money misplaced by Biden administration. You know what I've heard? The Democrats are very upset about it. Actually, they could care less. I haven't heard anything. HHS spends hundreds of millions spreading DEI through the medical community. I just mentioned. Democrats very upset about it. Actually, they're all supportive of it. HHS spent over $22 billion on giveaways to illegal immigrants over the past 4 years. Wow. Democrats are very worried about that. Actually, they're not. In fact, if they could, they would lock up Elon Musk and impeach Donald Trump. They're on the attack when people find these things out. Pretty sick, isn't it? Yeah, I'd say it's pretty sick. Then they run around talking about the rule of law, the Constitution. They don't care about either. They're completely out of control. Hakeem Jeffries. The Republican budget is a non-starter. Every single Democrat will oppose it. I told you, I'm warning you now, that they're not going to support anything. They're going to vote to shut down the government and blame it on Trump and the Republicans. Why? Because they know they have the media in their back pocket, like Margaret Brennan, the loathsome Margaret Brennan, the loathsome John Carl, the loathsome Dana Bash. They're all loathsome. They belong to the loathsome society. Hakeem Jeffries, GOP budget a non-starter. Every single Democrat will oppose it. Wow. So they stick together? See how they stick together? This isn't Breitbart. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries claims Sunday on ABC this week the Republican budget was a non-starter.
You can hear that okay if you're listening?
Every Democratic lawmaker. You know, Breitbart might have wanted to take pieces of my interview with the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, because I asked him if the Democrats have ever offered some kind of bipartisan budget, have ever offered any real cuts, have ever offered anything, if they've ever just walked across the aisle and knocked on the door. He said no. They've never done that. Never. That would have been good information, don't you think, Mr. Producer? John Carl said government funding runs out in less than a month now. We've seen over the past 2 years Republicans cannot or have not been able to pass government funding without Democrat support. Some of your supporters on the outside are saying you should use as leverage the possibility of a government shutdown. Listen to them feeding the strategy to them or regurgitating it. You will need from Mike Johnson and from the Republicans to agree to go along with efforts to fund the government. Jeffrey said Republicans have consistently shut down the government in the past. Be no surprise if they do just that this time around. So they're setting up the Republicans, trying to set up President Trump, trying to prevent the continuation of the Trump tax cuts. Now, let me explain something to you. Whether it be a truck driver, a bus driver, a taxi driver, Lyft, Uber, whether you be a janitor, whether you be a firefighter, a police officer, whether it be a plumber, an electrician, whether you be a delivery guy or whatever, you get dirt under your nails, you work hard, your taxes are going up 40% if the Democrats get their way. The media are going to lie to you. The Democrats are going to lie to you. Your taxes are going to skyrocket. They're going to skyrocket. Rosa Deloria.
I'm not watching anything but my own shit.
God was not nice to her, if you get my drift, Mr. Producer. She's our top Democrat on the Appropriations Committee. She's in a conversation with a Republican colleague in the House as well as our Republican Democrat colleagues in the Senate. We'll see how that unfolds over the next few weeks. We're going to make sure that any agreement is ultimately signed off on has to be one that meets the needs of the American people. Because we all know the Democrats are busy meeting the needs of the American people. No, they're not. They're busy meeting the needs of that subterranean government. Hundreds of millions of dollars overseas for all kinds of freak projects. That's right. Massive waste, fraud, and abuse. That's their infrastructure that they're funding. On behalf of the American people, of course, just like the Marxists. I'll be right back. We won a major victory in November, getting America back on the right track. Do you know how you celebrate that victory? By flying your American flag that's made in America, not somewhere overseas like China. Folks, if there's one thing that should be made in America, it's your American.
Wonder what Maxine Waters is doing at this hour.
Flag supply. Hence, in Charleston, South Carolina, are
Fucking hilarious.
men and women who put can into every stitch because they believe in what that flag stands for. I fly American flags all the time, but there's nothing like my allegiance flag. It's a real showstopper, the highest quality American flag, period. Right now, when you go to showallegiance.com, that's showallegiance.com, Allegiance Flag Supply will give you $35 off your complete flag set. Again, that's showallegiance.com for American flags, made by Americans, for Americans, in America.
During tax sensitive and does a lot of travel to places you can't control. Stopping off in payroll, your accountant, tax preparer, accountants on the data site is part of the they all my identity is horrible. I got lifelong. Forever I got. Monitor millions of data points per second and threats you could miss. Your identity is stolen. LifeLock's U.S.-based restoration specialist can fix it, backed by the $1 million protection pack. Restoration's guaranteed and your money back. Don't mess around with this stuff. I dealt with this for a long time before I had LifeLock. Don't let identity thieves take you for a run. Get LifeLock protection for tax season and beyond. Join now, save up to 40% for your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock, use promo code Bongino, or go to lifelock.com/Bongino for 40% off. Terms apply. Do it today.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax.
This is my starlight. Programs help kids know
Patrick Rowe. Did you know that JC and I, we had a bet back in 2020? She bet on Biden to win, and I bet on Trump to win. And, you know, and before the election was even held, all right, she wanted me to just go ahead and pay her, you know, all right. And then it happened what happened, and the next day it's like, what, Trump lost, huh? Oh, I thought he was winning. Oh, geez. Now we come to find out, you know, if anybody denies there was election fraud on the side of Biden's party, then you're in denial, and there's something wrong with you, and you need to go. You need to go grow up. It's what you need to do. Wiggins mad. I don't care if you're mad, Wiggin. Too bad. You tried to play both sides. You know, remember when the first time I called this place, as the chat's turn, oh, you got madder than a fucker. Oh, hey, he's over there pretending that he's a soap opera. You've complained about me at every turn. You're doing to me exactly what you accuse Rusty doing to you. And you actually acted out. Nice to you 1 minute and then stabbing you in the back of the neck. That's why I started calling you buddy fucker, what, 4 years ago? However long ago it was? Quite a while ago. Probably closer to that. Probably right in the first year JC was streaming. He is a crybaby. I will agree, Patrick. He's bent right now. Oh, what time is it? 8:35. So now Levin won't be live much longer. We got more information coming yet. Letitia James, New York State being sued. They're finding all this fraud in all these agencies.
Calling now. 877-381-3811. This country was founded on freedom. Freedom from a country that forced us to buy their lousy, overpriced tea.
Here comes the commercial.
That's right. Then we tried blockading us when we dumped their tea into the ocean. Well, it's time to throw your overpriced big wireless contract overboard too. You don't need to pay $100 a month just to get a free phone, and that's per person. Pure Talk is my cell phone company. That's right. They don't have inflated prices. With a qualifying plan, you can choose an iPhone 14, which has all the whistles and bells you could possibly need, or a Samsung Galaxy for $0. And yes, this is for premium service on America's most dependable 5G network. Get your iPhone 14. That's right. Get your iPhone 14 or Samsung Galaxy for $0, with a qualifying plan by dialing pound 250 for Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team. And they'll help you make the switch in as little as 10 minutes. No hassle, no gimmicks. Just honest to goodness wireless priced right. Now pound 250 and say keyword Mark Levin to claim your new iPhone or Galaxy with the qualifying purchase from Pure Talk, America's wireless company, my wireless company. Visit puretalk.com for details. puretalk.com for details. So we have these nudniks. All these billions are being demonstrated. Billions, hundreds of millions, billions, $500 billion to be wasted and just spent and misspent and misdirected. And these Sunday shows don't even get into the details. They don't even get into the details. They just say, what is your view of Hakeem Jeffries? Are you going to shut down the government? These reporters have no interest in these findings, none whatsoever. Have you noticed that, America? It's absolutely shocking. The amount of money that is found to have been abused and wasted, and the amount of fraud, it's incredible. And what it's doing to the Social Security program and the Medicare program, and what it's doing to these various policies and projects. And they just don't care. They're on the attack. Elon Musk reveals how many dead people are getting Social Security benefits. So in other words, somebody's taking these benefits in the name of dead people. I don't even hear this reported on. Do you? You think it's going to be part of one of these Sunday shows? No, here it is. From Right Scoop, Elon Musk revealed overnight just how many dead people are getting Social Security. And the numbers are staggering. Musk posted the numbers of people in each age group that are said, oh, those little 21-year-olds are becoming very nettlesome, very nettlesome. We got a good thing going, we Democrats. We have a good thing going with our government within a government. All these 22-year-olds are revealing all this stuff. That's impeachment worthy. He posted the numbers of people in each age group that are said to be still alive, while we don't know exactly how
starting to get long.
It's very easy to see that tens of millions are getting Social Security that shouldn't be. According to the Social Security database, and this is why they don't want them getting the databases, you see? These are the numbers of people in each age bucket with the death field set to false. It's incredible. Millions. Now, just the people over the age of 120, you get nearly 22 million people. I think we can assume that all of them are dead. But it gets worse. It gets worse. One person pointed out that there are far more people listed in the database than the population size. So we have a huge problem on our hands, America. Huge problem. And as Right Scoop points out, this is why Trump's audit of the federal government is absolutely necessary. We, the taxpayer, have known for decades. We're getting robbed by the centralized monstrosity that's the federal government, but we really have no idea to what extent. Well, the extent is massive. It's absolutely massive. And that's okay with the Democrats. It's perfectly fine. And that's the point. And so they go on these shows and there's no discussion of what's going on. Let's go to Jeff, St. Louis, XM Satellite. Jeff, how are you, my friend?
A caller.
Mark, thanks for having me on. It's interesting you're talking about youth. I have been on the front line.
I'm reading your chat, JC. I'm not listening to it, though. Don't really care what you have to say.
My company, which the DAO says one quarter million. We were part of the program a few years ago. And when I found out that we could prevent or stop an estimated $2 billion a year in Medicaid fraud, he cut us out of the contract.
Oh, really?
Yes. And there have been 4 bills in Congress in the last decade sponsored by the late great Tom Coburn from Oklahoma, who was a physician and the leading anti-fraud expert. All of them killed by Big Health, even CMS, with the help of the Congressional Budget Office. And it's interesting because the same year that the GAO said
I don't know if I'm hungry or if I want a joint.
The office scored these bills of zero when they personally told me no value in prevention. Well, I started keeping.
Let me play down there. Newt Gingrich said over the weekend on Sunday, he said the CBO is corrupt. It's filled with leftists. And you're underscoring that point.
Yes, because they scored these bills of zero. And since they did that, I started to score myself of the amount of fraud in Medicare and Medicaid that would not even be possible if we'd been on watch. And the number is about $43 billion now.
Unbelievable. And the Democrats don't give a damn. The Democrats are attacking the whistleblowers. The Democrats are attacking these brilliant people who are digging into this and finding this information in a matter of weeks. In a matter of weeks.
Mark,
all right. Yeah.
We subcontracted for Medicare contracts years ago. With program, the guy was the head of the CMS. Everything he can to try to derail the project.
Unbelievable. Yeah, they have a vested interest in all this bloated government. Jeff, great call. Appreciate you, buddy. Ralph, Queens, New York, the great WABC. Go right ahead, please.
Ralph? Ralph. Are you there, Ralph?
WABC, New York City.
Yeah, this is Frank, Ralph. Are you there, Ralph? Where are you, Ralph? Is he gone, Rich? Oh, okay. Just wanted to talk his language. All right, let's go. Let's go to Bobby. Hot Springs, Arkansas, home of the great Senator Tom Cotton, XM Satellite. Go right ahead, please.
Thanks, Mark, for taking my call. I have a question, really, why the House doesn't come up with a bill, legislation to audit, that way to get around these judges. If it's law, then the judges probably couldn't
Well,
stop.
I can think of a couple of reasons. Number one, the Democrats won't vote for it. Number two, the Democrats will filibuster in the Senate. Number three, when they have the presidency, they won't sign it. But they shouldn't need a bill to audit. It's certainly a power that one has in the executive branch to determine if the spending and the funding are accurate or if there's fraud. You don't need Congress to tell a president that he's allowed to do that. That's part of the problem. Part of the problem is Congress is corrupt. Congress isn't all powerful. Congress is one of three branches. It would be like the president saying, I get to audit your staff, Congress. Why? Well, we want to audit it on our own. Well, I'm not letting you audit it on your own. I'm a branch of government. I'm the president. I've said, no, you need my approval. It's ridiculous.
Well, I figured that way we could at least get those on record that are,
No, first of all, it's not going to happen. And secondly, we have to fight the point that a president has a right to conduct audits of the executive branch. We don't need Congress's okay. My friend, thank you very much. Let's continue, shall we? Las Vegas, Nevada, XM Satellite, Eric, go.
Hey, Mark, greetings from Las Vegas. When are you coming out for a poker tournament?
I don't really come out for poker tournaments. When I come there, I kind of sneak in, play a little blackjack, and then, we spend time, my wife, not often enough. I love Las Vegas. Anyway, I've often flirted with doing poker. But then I watch these guys. I wouldn't be good enough. They cream me. Anyway, how are you, brother?
Hey, the reason I'm calling is, so there's a thing called the Presidential Reorganization Authority that Congress can grant the president, and they have in the past. Reagan was the last one to use it.
Blackjack.
Tom Cotton, it just turns out, I've been like...
Vantage 21's the best blackjack game. Match the dealer. Used to play it on the sub all the time.
He's taken up, he's proposed no. I don't know if it's no, whatever. But basically, grant the president the authority to reorganize government. To permit the president to provide, consolidate, abolish, and create
24-1.
The U.S. federal government by
$25 bet could win you $600.
Let me tell you somebody who's actually worked in the executive branch under Reagan. I worked for an agency called Action that doesn't exist anymore.
Macintosh.
Agencies and departments are free to conduct what's called reductions in force. They already have that authority. If they can find efficiencies and so forth to do it. And in doing so, they can actually reorganize with other agencies. You don't need any more approval to do that. Unless everything's changed, and I don't think it has. These are powers that come along with the executive. The agency I work for doesn't exist anymore because Reagan had us reduce the number of people working there by 82%. And it was reorganized out of existence. So I don't know what Mike Lee's proposing. If it's a good thing and it fills gaps, go for it. I mean, proposing legislation is like, getting a hamburger at McDonald's. Anybody can do it, but will it make a difference? If it'll make a difference, I'm all for it. Many of these powers already exist. Go right ahead.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I just found it. And I just think, wow, I haven't even heard anybody talking about it. So, but I believe the president has the full, right to do what he wants and what can they expect.
And it needs to come to a head because it is shocking. If a president doesn't have the authority to manage HR within the executive branch, then we don't have a country. Then we don't have three branches of government. We don't have a president that can actually function. But keep something in mind. This is very, very important. It seems to me it only goes one way. If you have a Biden who wants to expand government, wants to hire more people, wants to create new agencies, he can do it out of whole cloth. He doesn't go to Congress and ask for help. If he wants to blow off laws that prevent him from doing what he wants to do, like open borders and immigration laws, No big deal. Just go ahead and do it. In other words, if the trajectory is towards more spending, more debt, more borrowing, bigger government, more hiring, apparently they don't need permission. They just do it. Student loans, they just do it. DACA, which is clearly unconstitutional, they just do it. That's my point. But when it comes to actually managing what's here, getting to the government within the government, saving Social Security from tens of billions of dollars in fraud and so forth and so on, all of a sudden you need Congress's approval? You don't need Congress's approval to find waste, fraud, and abuse and do something about it. That's nuts. Thank you for your call, my friend. I'll be right back.
News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Bright Focus Foundation's Alzheimer's Disease Research Program is paving the way for a cure. Learn about symptoms, diagnosis, and breakthrough research at brightfocus.org or call us at 1-855-345-6237 for free resources.
How's it going? I'm having a stroke. Are you going to shake my hand? I'm having a stroke. Wow, you're not even moving your arm. I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear. Look for FAST. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. S, speech difficulty. T, time to call 911 immediately. Know the sudden signs. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
When your business information is missing or inconsistent across the internet, search engines won't find you, and customers won't either. Help ensure customers see you and not your competitors. Boost your findability. Cumulusboost.com. CUMULUS boost.com.
Blowing out your birthday candles should be easy, but if you have undiagnosed COPD, you may find yourself short of breath. Early diagnosis and treatment can add years to your life. If you have symptoms like wheezing or chronic cough, talk to your doctor and visit copdfoundation.org today.
Hey, I'm Rachel McIntyre. In life, you'll hear a lot of people tell you that you can do anything you want. I'm here to tell you that's true. Since I was a little girl, I dreamed of becoming a successful singer and entertainer. It took a lot of hard work, dedication, and perseverance to find my success. It was worth it. I never gave up on my dreams. Remember, you can never have a dream come true until you've had a dream. This message is brought to you by the USA.
A Better Life with Dr. Sanjay Gupta. Modern day parenting is tough. Don't just take my word for it, though I will say I am the father of 3 teenage girls. Well, last year, the nation's top doctor, Vivek Murthy, issued a Surgeon's General advisory about parental stress. And on a recent episode of my podcast, Chasing Life, parenting expert Dr. Becky explained that things are harder today in large part because of technology. Here's the issue. Technology has made us come to expect instant gratification for just about everything in our lives. But parenting is very high effort for very delayed gratification. So she told me the number one thing you can do is swap selflessness for sturdy leadership. That running yourself ragged just to please everyone else is not healthy. Kids don't need selfless martyrs. They need leaders, she said. Carve out time for you and make it happen. I'm Dr. Sanjay Gupta, helping you live a better life.
A new president is sworn in. America's greatness is being restored. And there's breaking news every minute. Now, tens of millions of Americans are turning off Fox and CNN and tuning in to Newsmax for the breaking information they really need to know. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Find it yourself on all major cable systems and on your TV or smartphone store. Just download the Newsmax app for free and start watching. You'll get great shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and Carl Higbee, and more. Find out why millions of Americans have made the switch. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. So make the switch to Newsmax. Check us out on cable and satellite TV or download the Newsmax app today. Watch us anytime, anywhere. Remember, Newsmax is real news for real people.
Making sense of your world.
There are a lot of things that really tick me off. News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Making sense of the news.
If anything, don't worry, we've got you covered. Get today's breaking news on the Vince Colonnade Show, weekdays 3 to 6, right here on WMAL. Oh, we like this stuff. Yes.
30 seconds. You know, that's too much to do. Are you looking for a voice that truly represents your values? Well, AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, was created to champion the needs of Americans just like you who believe in faith, family, and freedom. Members gain access to incredible member benefits and discounts, including an award-winning AMAC magazine, but from exclusive discounts on travel and rent and insurance and everyday services. It's a long list. For a strong voice in Washington, Association of Mature American Citizens is here to make a difference in your life and in our nation. Joining AMAC isn't just about those fantastic discounts and benefits, although that would be enough. And you don't have to be a senior to join either to take advantage of them, regardless of your age. It's about belonging to a community that stands for timeless American values. And in honor of President Trump's first 100 days in office, the Association of Mature American Citizens is offering an incredible deal. Enroll in a 5-year AMAC membership for 47% off. Hello! Normally that's $60. Join today for only $32. That's $7 a year. That's less than $1 a month. And I'm telling you, one use of those discounts and benefits pays for itself. Boom. And then you can use them over and over and over again. So visit amac.us/livein, amac.us/LEVIN right now. Take advantage of this special offer before it just disappears. That's amac.us/LEVIN. Join AMAC. Become part of a movement that stands for you, your family, and your future, and get your hands on those discounts and benefits before this offer expires. Lance, Kalispell, Montana, the great KJJR. How are you, Lance?
Speaking again.
Thank you.
So I know there are a few
protections the media get through the First Amendment. Yeah. Free press is in the First Amendment. It's not congressional law. But anyway, go ahead.
where maybe we should revisit.
I don't know what protections you mean that are in congressional law. We have a couple of Supreme Court decisions, New York versus Sullivan on defamation cases. We have the First Amendment. I don't know what protections Congress has created. Maybe they have. I'm just not familiar with them. But what do you want us to do?
I think it's time we actually define what is news that's
I don't think so. I really don't trust the government, so I don't trust them to define what news is. You and I will not always be in charge of the government. In fact, the minority of the time we're in charge of the government. I can only imagine what Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer and Raskin would do. So the government's not the answer to me. It's just not. Look, here's the bottom line. It's not that simple, but what is simple is not to continue to be ideological and push your agenda and push your opinion, because nobody's going to be perfect when they're presenting news. I think your point is people should try to be more perfect when they're presenting news, try to be as objective as possible, and that's what's missing. And that is what's missing. I mean, there's always going to be a little bit of taint of ideology, but if the goal is ideology, and I think that's the difference, that's what we have today. But the government can't fix that. The government won't fix it. And if the government gets involved, it'll only get worse. Well, you're very kind. That's a hell of a line. The offensive and defensive lines. Those are big guys, though. I don't know. You're a good guy. I always appreciate you, Lance. Make sure you keep calling us. We do appreciate it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, program's over. I wish it wasn't. We can do 5 hours here. We salute our armed forces, police officers, firefighters, emergency personnel, our truckers, the men and women in Ukraine. Here, we support them. Our brothers and sisters in Israel, and you, the American people, we always support. Red-blooded Americans, thank you for making this country work, for electing Donald Trump, and being in this audience. I am very, very blessed. See you tomorrow. Take care.
There you go. I'll open my panel up. Anybody want to? Chat's open too. I feel good tonight. Battery's good. Sorry, I don't have a whole bunch of stuff like what's his name there. I can. If it's impossible to know whether or not God exists, it's impossible to know what Satan really looks like. Why does he have to have horns? Satan actually lives in the hearts of men. That's where Satan is. AC/DC. I got something I want to show you, but I'm going to enjoy this joint for a minute. Take a few puffs. Out smoke cigarettes. They used to a little bit. I quit cigarettes a long time ago. I haven't bought a pack of cigarettes in over 25 years. Easy. I used to chew tobacco. Copenhagen. Love the taste and smell of Copenhagen. Do you know there's a Copenhagen, New York? Nestled right on the side of the Adirondack Mountains. Dougie drove through Copenhagen when he came here. Had to. It's right on Route 12. Or 812. Route 12 would take you straight to Watertown. Yeah, I'm going to show something here in a minute. Officer Tatum. Yeah, you're going to like this. I had an ingrown hair starting right there, like a pimple. Fucking, and it goes right away.
son got murdered living that thug life. And people say, bro, your whole platform is just being mean to black people. It's like they want to hear me elevate a person that's pushing social justice and making black people have to be victims, especially these pastors. Come on, public enemy. A white. A white. This video is brought to you by Masa Chips. Brought to you by Masa Chips. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, these chips are as good as you thought that they were. I know you've seen it all over the internet. I was a skeptic at first. I said, man, they can't make no chips that taste good, that's healthy. It ain't happening. Then my wife started buying. I mean, we probably bought like $600 worth of these chips, and she would just eat them and eat them. And I tried them for one time, and I was hating at first. I ain't gonna even lie. I said, man, them chips ain't really that good. Oh my God, Cabanero, I can't stop eating them. I literally ate this bag while we were prepping for this advertisement. I literally ate through this whole bag. It's just crumbs in here. But let me tell you why it's so important to have a chip that's quality like Masa Chips. There's only 3 ingredients: organic, nixtamalized corn, grass-fed and finished beef tallow, and Redmond salt. That's it. No pesticides, none of these fake ingredients, none of the toxins. And if you don't know what nixtamalization is, it's a traditional way of preparing tortillas by soaking them in alkaline solution, which was invented by the Aztecs. Also, we know how dense of a food, a nutritional food, beef tallow is. I don't know how they got away from cooking with beef tallow. Now I only eat things that are cooked with beef tallow and not none of that fake stuff. Beef tallow also is rich with vitamin A, D, K, and E. So you can have a healthy choice and you can binge out, man. I binge out on this all the time. They're incredibly good. And I'm excited to share with you how to get you some Masa chips for yourself. So all you got to do is go to masachips.com/Tatum. We'll put the link in the description section. Use code
I know how they're made.
off, and I guarantee
you need a good deep fat fryer.
Disappointing. My favorite. I just
lard or beef tallow, one or the other.
You can't go wrong with the blue. Get you the Masa chips today. You know, I always talk about black people, and people say, bro, your whole platform is just being mean to black people. It's like, no, because when I highlight black people, that y'all don't like it. When a black cop does something excellent, y'all don't want to hear me talk about it. When a black cop gets killed, a black female cop gets murdered by another thug, y'all don't want to hear that. The black cop, he got in trouble, which he shouldn't have gotten in trouble, because some black protesters all in his face, and he said, you gonna shoot me like Makai Bryan? And he said, are you gonna pull a knife on me? They
see what this guy stands for.
And I said, the devil is a lie. We on this channel,
Democrats officially
that the chief couldn't even answer
getting exposed.
He couldn't even check his email because he was getting 2,000 emails an hour for 24 hours. Everybody was hitting him up. They gave that man his job and his gun back, and we raised money for him. Raised money to support him. You see how that works? Anyway, I talk well about black people. I love Candace. I love Tommy Soul. I love, all the black people that are doing good and successful and smart. I post them all the time, but people don't like them. They want to hear me elevate a person that's pushing social justice and making black people have to be victims, especially these pastors. Come on, public enemy. Oh,
Does anybody have a pug for a pet? Because that's what that guy sound. I've never heard this guy before. Wherever he is, Tatum's got these fuckers right by the nuts, okay? But if you ever had one of them pugs for a pet, a dog, they snort. Kind of like you, Relentless. You ever hear Relentless? She gets to snorting, yeah. Come on up here, Relentless. Let's put a show on for the troops. You like blocking me and then talking shit, Relentless. I got my own panel. Come on up, Relentless. Bring your husband with you and bring your electric dog.
Pastor Jamal Bryant. That man got more bodies than a porn star. While he was a pastor, I would argue. Now I don't know how many bodies he got as a pastor, but I know he had kids out of wedlock in the church while he was the pastor, married to a woman at the church. That man got women. He hit women in the church. That's probably why now he's not at his other church. Now he's at the church where the other crook used to be at. There was the boys and big grooming young men. Jamal Bryant took over his church. I forget the guy's name, Dirtbag. And then they wonder why I talk about people like this. Now, all the issues, Jamal Bryant went to the hood one day and they kicked him out because they said he just grifted. Like, don't come down here, bro. You don't never come down here. You're trying to get a photo op. They kicked his butt out of the hood because he's fake. But instead of worrying about issues like we spoke about yesterday, where the black woman's kids died in the car because she didn't have shelter that they gave to illegal aliens, I just posted Shay Shay was interviewing a rapper. I think he's a rapper or whatever. He's in the culture. His son got murdered living that thug life. Instead of Jamal Bryant talking about those instances where black people are struggling without fathers in the home, black people are struggling economically because we don't own anything. We don't know how to manage money properly because we are going to Planned Parenthood and eliminate the next generation of great black people, so on and so on. The black violence, the black homicide rate, obesity amongst blacks are the most obese people in the United States of America. Instead of Jamal Bryant using his platform and the spirit of God in him to address real issues, this is what he's talking about.
I am calling for a 40-day fast from Target.
Hold on. First of all, fast is without food. You don't just make up your own term for fast. When you're fasting, that means you're going without food. Fasting don't mean that I'm not playing a video game for 20 days. I'm going to play a video game fast. Fasting is without food. Quit making up stuff.
Beginning on March the 5th, 100,000 conscientious Christians. You don't have to be black, Latino, Asian, white, 100,000. You're going to sign this commitment to be a part of this 40-day fast. 100,000 of you bare minimal. I'm asking you that after service, you'll go to targetfast.org. Targetfast.org. I want you to share with everybody on your job, every person in your home, every person in your sphere of influence.
Fucking ignorant shit. Fuck off, Google.
Influence every person who follows you on social media. I am believing for 100,000 people are going to sign this covenant commitment of not just prayer, but fasting up from Target. Here's what is amazing. Listen to me, because what we learned from the Montgomery bus boycott is that racist America doesn't respond to speeches. They respond to dollars. Come on, and if they start losing $29 million a day for 40 days, we will break the back of the system.
Let's go to targetfast.org. I want to show y'all something. Linked all the time by these chucking and jiving pastors. It's shameful that instead of addressing all the issues, how about you have a fast from murdering each other? From murder of the young black men in the cold blood in the middle of the street. Can we have a fast from that? No, you won't fast from that because you want that to continue to go. But this is what they're doing. He said 100,000 people are going to boycott Target because Target mentioned that they weren't going to discriminate against people based on color. The same thing that Martin Luther King fought against. Target is fighting with Martin Luther King on this idea, and they mad at it. Let's scroll down here real quick. So this is what they tell y'all to do. Let's boycott Target. Let's be in unison. Not let's go support a black business. Not let's go start a black business. Not transfer your money to an all-black bank. Not go in the hood and promise to treat your brother and sister right. Promise that for 40 days, nobody's going to go to Planned Parenthood. For 40 days, we're not going to shoot each other in the street. They don't want to have that kind of fast. But the fast they want to have is for you to dwindle through this, get emotional, and come right down here and put your information in here. Now, I want to see if we can slide this on the side. Can we slide it over? Slide it over. I got it right here. Slide it over. They want you to put your information into this box. Name, email, phone number. Partnership and consumer data transparency. This is what this says. Y'all can't see it. Fast.org and FOTM Global have partnered under the Money United initiative to provide customers with spending tracking and reporting tools, along with a digital community to engage in voting activity related to economic justice. Now, that's the stupidest thing ever, and it's confusing as heck. Through the partnership, we offer a secure platform where users can monitor their economic impact while participating in initiatives that promote financial empowerment and corporate accountability. What they really telling you is that we're going to be able to take your data and use it and voting and all this stuff. We're going to send you messages. We're going to send you fundraisers. We reserve the right to take your data and do what we want to do with it. Privacy, consumer privacy, data security, only aggregated sending data is reported and individual transparency remain confidential. I guarantee you they send your stuff out. I guarantee you they send your stuff out. Our technology secure that users can engage in conscious spending and voting diverse economic actions while maintaining control over their information. Who do you think this is going to? What is fast.org and FOTM Global and the partner with our Money United initiative? What do you think they're doing with your content? What do you think they're doing with this? They don't need you to fill this out for you to say, I don't want to be a part of, I don't want to be a part of going to Target. They use these fancy words and these partnering terms, and they sharing your content and information to better benefit them as an organization. This is a money grab. A lot of times when you see this, this is a money grab. Name, email, phone number, so they can target you. And I know they try to act like they're not doing it, but that's why they're doing it. They don't really want to do nothing serious, because I've never seen him have an initiative that do anything for the Black community. This is where it bothers me at. Going back to Kendrick Lamar and all of that other stuff. The halftime show. Oh, yeah, we showing it. It's a man that is allegedly beat up his girlfriend, didn't marry his girlfriend, associated with gang members. His biggest track that is ever sold ever is him dissing and threatening another Black man. But that's where we want to go with it. That's gonna make things right. That's gonna show the white man. We're gonna show Target. But then you take your money from Target and you go to Costco, or you go to a Walmart, or you go to all these other places that are owned by white people. So what, are you really hurting the system? Or are you just being stupid? Because let me tell you this, pull it back on the screen. Let me just tell you this for visualization purposes. If you live in Atlanta, watch this. If you are Black, because most white people ain't even watching Jamal Bryant. If you are Black and you live in Atlanta, or you live in a high Black population area, and there's a Target in your area, and you refuse to shop there for 40 days, who are you really hurting? Because white people are going to still shop at Target all over the country, which is the majority of the people. You hurting the Target in your local area that employ Black people, people of color. You go to Atlanta, go to a Target in Atlanta. It's going to be probably full of Black people. Go to a Target in the south side of Phoenix. It's going to be Black and Hispanic. Go to Target in any heavily populated Black area. The people that they employ, the managers, the customers, the workers, the people who are driving that truck up there to offload the product, in many of these cases are Black people. And so you're going to show Target by hurting the productivity of the store that Black people work in. And they're going to lay them off. They're not going to have a job. They're going to shut the store down if you really hurt their pockets. Just for them to do what? Reinstate a policy that focuses on race? You can't make this stuff up. You can't make it up. And I'm the bad guy.
Here you go, Wiggin. You complain about me playing a Black preacher up here? He's got Jesus is Lord tattooed all over that fucking gigantic arm, that guy. He's a big man. That fucker's stacked. How big he is, but he played football. Yeah, he's an Army veteran. And I'm pretty sure he was airborne. He's Special Forces. I know he's a veteran. And he was a cop at one time. Turned preacher. Fucking tattoos of Jesus all over him. There you have it. And there's another Jeremiah Wright. chickens have come home to roost. All because they hate Trump. He does that on purpose. He wants you confused. He doesn't want you to really know what he's thinking. Although I know what he's thinking because his behavior shows it. Thought he's going to come up here and insult me. Ain't happening. He's the one who ruins a chat. He's the one who ruins a panel. And he tried to play me. He tried to play the wrong person. Rocky Goldman's a much better person. I don't care. Rocky's friends with Rusty, whatever I really don't care. Because they're all in it together. They were at one time. And I see Rusty posted that DA used her to get to Wiggin to be, Wiggins on Wiggins' good side. Right, DA? Why don't you come on up and destroy me, DA? Bring your friend Logical with you. Come on. All right. This ain't Rocky Goldman's chat. I don't mind drama, good or bad. In fact, I like addressing the bad drama. Just to make you fucking cry. Panel's open. I guess I better post the link again in case nobody has. Certain people don't have it copied. There it is. Come on, Wiggin. We'll double broadcast together. Let's do a broadcast and see what YouTube chatters are up to and want to talk about. Wiggin was saying there for a while that, Patrick, you were trying to take my job. They really realized this was a job. I mean, ain't nobody paying me to do jack shit. I don't get any money from doing this. I haven't monetized. And if I were, I'd be the same person. And Officer Tatum, that's a lot to digest right there. Him showing that pastor and what's going on. Like, again, it's in Atlanta. Wow. Yeah. Wow. Well, it's a metaphor, Patrick. Because, Patrick, how long have you known me now? How long have I known you? How long have I been seeing your name? When did I first start seeing your name? It wasn't the first year JC was streaming, and it wasn't the second year JC was streaming. You spent all your time over at Space Chat or whatever. I got a feeling you've known Wiggin a lot longer than what you're letting on. Patrick. Patty Cakes. Pud Puller Patrick. That's pretty funny, isn't it? There's a link, Patrick. Did you want to come up? How come you haven't clicked on my link, Patrick? I'll let you up if you want to come up. Come on up. I'll tell you about Wiggy. All right. Keith Farron has on his page when you're writing the book of your life, don't let anybody else hold the pen. No, you want other people to write about your life. You're like a floozy throwing herself all over me, Patrick. You're fucking slobber knocker and all over me. Like a puppy dog. I haven't even fed you yet. Wiggy is the only man on chat that is worthy of what? Actually, it's who is worthy. Okay, when you're talking about people, don't refer to them as that. It's who. He is the only man on chat that is worthy. No, it should be who is worthy. What is Wiggin worthy of? What are you talking about? I'm not sure where you're going there, Patrick. Are you drunk? Are you sitting in that nice recliner drunk as fuck? Holy fuck. Here comes the fucking gaiety.
What are you trying to say? That I'm lying? That I somehow I know Wiggy for a long time? I don't know that crazy, goofy fuck. I've never heard of this.
Oh, how do you feel about going to his chat and there's no side chat and you can't post? How does that make you feel?
It don't make. I was like, I was only gonna go over there to insult the motherfucker. I was like, I wonder why he took. Why did he take it down? Because people were insulting him. He's been insulting everybody. Do you notice how he been telling everybody? He been saying everybody in chat's all fucked up, and he's the only person. I mean, not one person. Everybody in general is.
And then he complains that I pick fights with everybody. I attack everybody. I this, Billy that. Right? It's like he can't. It's his feminine side. I don't know what it is. There he is. Unless that's
coming up, let him up. I'll shut up. You want me to get off? I'll get off so you can yell at each other. Send me off and send him up.
No, that's not. Hold on a second. Chill out. That's not Wiggin. That's Will Durant cloning Wiggin. I didn't want to give you away, Will, but that's who it is. That's a clone. That's not Wiggin.
Will Durant. He's on his own chat right now.
Is he live? I don't know. I didn't check.
He's on live. Whenever Wiggins was on, I was up making fun of Wiggins on Will Durant's chat. Well, Wiggins was on, and Wiggins was calling me a fuckhead and Navy seller and all this shit, saying my Blake ain't mine, saying that someone else is on Harburn and all this crazy shit.
Oh, you get used to it.
Well, he was saying he got a funny car. You know what a funny car is, right? Like a drag racer. And he said he got a drag racer in his backyard, but it ain't his. But he could tell everybody it's his, but that ain't saying much. A funny car isn't shit. It's just a funny car is just it's just a car that you can't even drive it on the road. It ain't nothing unless you're drag racing. I mean, he goes, I could drive. You can't drive a funny car. You got to put it on a thing and get to the drag strip. It's only good for going.
Patrick, I know what a funny car is.
Okay, so you know that. It ain't.
Patrick, Patrick, hold on a second. How old are you, sir?
I'm 58 years old.
So I'm 5 years older than you almost.
Right.
Then. Okay.
But he's acting like a funny car is something. A funny car is just something
now,
you have.
Who is doing this to you? Who's talking about funny?
Wiggins is. Wiggins, Wiggy,
Well,
whatever you
just
guys
said
call
you're
it.
sick of talking about Wiggin. You didn't want to talk about Wiggin a minute ago.
Well, somehow we were starting. Okay, yeah, let's not talk about it now.
So now I gotta check. So you know how to get to everybody's channel. Otherwise, you wouldn't know Will Durant is live, right?
You're the one that told me how to get to his channel. What are you talking about? You're the one that gave me his fucking channel.
Yeah, he's live and he's restreaming me. He's got me with I fucking itch my nose, so they want to say I'm picking my
No,
nose.
he's restreaming Wiggins. He's listening to Wiggins
He's
right now
doing
while
us
he's
all. He's doing us all. He's restreaming me. I didn't click on it yet, but it'll show that I viewed that. So he's got
Listen
me
to
up on
me.
his screen.
That's because listen to me, Billy.
No. I don't need you to tell me. I know what's going on,
It's
Pat.
Wiggins. That's Wiggins' channel right now. If you go on there, he's listening to
I'm not
Wiggins.
looking at. I'm telling you, I just searched his name, okay, and there I am with my finger on my nose.
That's Wiggins right now. That's Wiggins' channel he's listening to.
He's restream. He can open more than one tab. He can watch Wiggin and me at the same time, Patrick. Do you understand that?
He's listening to Wiggins' stream right now.
He's listening to both of us.
If you turn on this stream right now,
I'm not
Wiggins
going to
is on right
I'm not going to give him a view. I don't care. I know he's watching me. Wiggin watches me too, because they can't. They have to
the
watch
volume
me for
on
their
right
content.
now. The volume on his stream is Wiggins' channel.
Don't care. He's
Okay,
still
that's all I'm
listening to
telling.
me. He'll go back and forth. He'll rewind me and play it. Patty cakes.
He's babbling about Wiggins right now.
Well, let him babble. I don't
He's
care.
saying all this shit about Wiggins.
He's been babbling about Wiggins since I've known him. They've been at odds this whole time.
He's got Wiggins' thing up. That's how I got on there, was babbling about. So I was talking shit about Wiggins in the chat, and Wiggins started saying shit about me.
Now, Wiggin has his side chat disabled, and I'm not going to click on Will's. I just went to see if he was live, and he is live.
I'm the one that just told you. I told you that. Don't you remember? I'm the one that told you.
I didn't care. I knew he was live. You didn't need to tell me he was
Okay,
live.
well, I'm the one that mentioned it to you.
I know who's live.
Okay, you happy now? I didn't tell you nothing. You figured it out yourself.
Well, I'm a streamer. Why wouldn't I keep track of who's going live being a streamer?
I don't care. You figured it out yourself. I didn't tell you nothing.
If you go on your YouTube, there's a thing that says live. You hit on that, and anybody that has their channel public will show up there. Now, if you know how to get there, the title of the chat, you just search it and it'll come up.
Right. Yeah. It ain't hard. It ain't
now
rocket
you've noticed lately when you type in JC, you don't get Jarl Wiggin. They both
JC?
come up at the same time. So they used to be attached to each other.
No, I never did it like that.
So
anyhow.
here's something you need to know about Wiggin. He's got his nose stuck right up JC's ass. He needs JC. Without JC, he has nothing.
Well, I don't get into that deep.
And that's why he's fighting with me, because he needs me too. He needs the content. That's his kind. He's not doing. I come in and I play the radio. I listen to current events.
Yeah, you do that. You do something different than the rest of them. Yeah, I agree. What Wiggins does, he comes in and bashes everybody hard.
He's proud. He's a troll. To me, for what they use it for, it means he's a malcontent and a miscreant. That's exactly what he is. He's a malcontent and a miscreant.
But I'll tell you what he's been doing and what he did today. I mean, he's saying every single person on chat is like a fucked up loser, rotten.
He's
like,
been saying that since I've known him, Patrick.
He said basically today.
And why do you think I call him wishy-washy? Why do you think I call him wishy-washy?
I don't know, but he said today everybody.
One minute he's a preacher and he wants everybody to follow his tutorials and all that. And
you ain't gonna get anybody to if everybody is rotten as all hell in so many terms.
1 minute he claims he has all kinds of backing, and in the next minute he claims he has all kinds of enemies. He has to take trees down because they reported.
You and what's that other guy's name? That Will Durant have more people watching you than him. Who's gonna watch him if he's telling everybody they're all fucked up? You think who in their right mind's gonna? If I'm sitting there telling you, you fucked up, no good motherfucker. Who's
You're
gonna
gonna let
listen
me? You're gonna let me answer you? Are you gonna let me answer you? You asked me a question. All right. Rusty records him. They do watch him because they want to. They like seeing him squirm and fucking freak out and shit. Because they all do the same shit. So it's all about not letting these people make you mad. Because that's what you notice that's what Wiggin and the rest, they do things to try to make me mad. Paul Bitch Life, Whippermantle. There's a reason Whippermantle is using that avatar. He thinks it's gonna make me mad.
Well, he's mad. What are you talking about? He's fucking over there mad.
Wiggin even employed acid drip.
Did you hear what I said? He is over there mad.
Yes, I heard what you said, and you're not really telling me anything I don't know.
So I don't understand what is your point? He's trying to make you mad, but he's fucking pissed.
Because they want to see
me.
They like watching people. They like watching people ass out on a panel. They want to see me bitch.
Huh? They want everybody pissed the fuck off. The whole fucking idea is to get everybody pissed off like them.
Well, why do you think he wants to try to make me mad?
Because he's mad. Fuck, I don't know.
He wants to break my chain of thought. He wants me to hate myself. Wants me to fucking doubt what I actually say. You know, I gotta go. I gotta kiss his ring. He's the king. I got to do what Charlie does. And, Wiggins a artist. Oh, yeah, I'm loyal to Wiggins. You notice Charlie ain't fucking hanging out so much. That motherfucker that fucker threatened to murder me on Zenny's panel.
But I come to find out that was years and years ago, wasn't it?
So what? Big deal. Look what he does. That fucker, I can't go into Vegas and post without him being the fucking first one to post that right? I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people who have Charlie blocked.
But okay.
A lot more people have Charlie blocked than they have, but they might not because they want to see the carnage. They like it when I call him Queerlito because that's what he is. He's fucking gay as a motherfucker.
Okay. Didn't you make the statement one day Charlie he's wearing upper dentures because he got his...
Yeah, he did. Somebody knocked his fucking teeth out.
Now, what was that all about?
Because I can tell. Everything I say about Charlie is true. That's why he does what he does to me. Okay. He told me he wants me to block him. But, they block...
Okay, but you know that to be a certain, or is that just some story you made up?
No, it's
was
true.
He out in the bar fucking around and
no, it's true. No, he got his teeth knocked out.
I mean, so one day he's like, he's on chat and it's like faces all.
See, your problem is this, Pat. You're not privy to him being on Petros Papadikis, Puny Pecker, Sean Medley's panel. Sean Medley would stream, would go live. Yeah.
So I
And
mean,
Charlie was
Charlie
on his
showed up
panel.
one
Hold on,
time.
let me finish my thought. Shut up
Okay.
for a minute. I got to inform you on this because there's people listening and there's people that can testify what I'm saying is fucking true. You might not hear from them because, you know, they want to keep quiet, but it's a fact. Those two were best friends, and Charlie was on his panel, Papadiklis's Petro Johnny Dogballs. And fucking DA, oh, dog balls. Even Wigging, oh, dog balls. Call him dog balls. Fucking dog brains. All right. They're all drunk on Petrus's fucking panel, falling out of their chairs, all kinds of shit. That Petros Papadiklis, you know, there's a lot to be said and friends with a certain person, but, you know, yeah, Puny Pecker, you need women to protect you. Come on up, Sean. I dare you. I made a couple of surprise appearances on his panel, boy. He clams right up at that, and then he bitches. He blocks me, then he'll unblock me and say, "Bye, Billy. Oh, you're blocked." No, you're a dumb fucker, Sean. Come on, Sean. Come on up. I'll ask my other guests to step down. Come on up and take me on, Sean. You're so fucking smart. There.
Fucking shit. Look, don't get me wrong. I know
They play both sides, Patrick.
Yeah, I know that. I think this was what I tried to tell you. I think Charlie goes where the women are, because if you had a girlfriend, I really think that Charlie would stick with you just because you. No, because he would think that maybe if your girlfriend broke up with you, she might stick. I know it sounds weird.
If my girlfriend were here participating in this, Charlie wouldn't stand a chance to get her. She'd have him so fucking wound up. It's pathetic.
But do you follow my point? What I'm trying to make?
You're not telling me anything I don't already know, Patrick.
Okay, but you at least follow. He's sticking with Wiggins because he got a daughter.
Yeah, his
He's
faith
like,
is
he's not.
Yeah, he worshipped the man. I don't worship any man. I don't worship Trump. I don't worship any man. I respect them if they deserve respect. All right, but
Charlie's over there because there's a
Charlie worships Wiggin from day one that I've known him. He's a suck fuck. That's why I call him Queerlito.
But I think he was worshiping you. He was going, you and him and her.
Me. I'm someone that provides them content. They need me. They need someone to make fun of and pick on, to laugh over, because they have nothing.
He stick with I think he got a girlfriend.
You obviously didn't see the stream that Rain had where Wiggin come in and called us all the N-word. He hated everybody back then. Who's Ryan Grimshaw? How about post in my side chat and introduce yourself? Who are you, Ryan? You want me to let you up, Ryan? Who are you? All right, I got perverts trying to porn bomb me. Probably Randy. Who the fuck knows? What do you want? I'm not letting you up unless you turn the camera on. I don't know who you are. Probably Whippy. Who knows? Probably Rum. Rum's a big porn bobber out here.
Hi guys. What's up?
Who are you?
I'm Ryan.
Ryan who?
Ryan Grimshaw.
From where?
Florida.
And what brings you here?
I saw this on my recommendations and thought I'd just tune in.
Okay. No, that's cool. I don't know you, so you know. And then we have another guest.
Hey,
who are
me.
you?
What's up?
Who's me? What do you mean it's me?
Oh, I'm Julius. I'm from Raleigh, North Carolina.
Well, nice to meet you.
But yeah, I'd like to say hi.
Cool.
What the other guy said that he came from recommendations?
He says he's in Florida. Are you close? Are you close to Will Durant?
I'm from Orlando. I'm a fire alarm technician.
Orlando.
Oh, that's very nice.
That's where Navy recruiting school is. When I went there back in the 80s, 86. I was in Orlando for 8 weeks. Yeah, there's a naval training center there in Orlando. I went to Cocoa Beach a couple times.
Is that I have a distant relative that is in ROTC at their high school.
Yeah, Florida is a big military state down there, so you're close to Tampa too. I think that's where "fuck you" is in Tampa. I don't know if you know who "fuck you" is. Fuck is French for seal. So what's on your guys' mind?
Work.
I'm just mostly like the snow that's coming up. That's going to be a real pain in the neck to deal with.
And what's that? I missed it.
There's going to be it's not exclusive to Orlando. I go out of state sometimes, and I'm kind of worried about snow. Kind of messing with my job.
Well, it's been a blizzard up here for the last 2 days.
Dang.
Yeah, I hate snow.
Well, I live in northern New York. Unfortunately, it snows here in the wintertime.
Oh, your Canadian accent.
Yeah, I'm close to Canada.
Yeah, you got that Canadian accent a little bit.
You think I have a Canadian accent?
You had it a little bit when you said that you were from there.
I don't know if they lifted it, but about 4 o'clock, maybe it was before that, our county sheriff, they put a travel ban on because of the weather. High winds, blowing snow. Boy, that wind gets to blowing, that snow will drift in fast, boy. It'll block anything. Winter. Be a little hard cross country skiing right now.
That's all I got to say.
What's that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just said that I'm ready for spring.
Yeah, me too. I'm sick of winter. It'll be over with before long.
As I've been pushing cards for Kroger. Or not, yeah.
I lived in South Carolina when I was in the Navy, and my next door neighbor, a lady, and she had her daughters. I was my late 20s, almost 30, and she was she worked at Kroger. She had the pricing guns that you put stickers on for price and shit like that. She was a bigwig at Kroger in that area. Became friends with her. And when the old lady decided to leave, she says, "Billy, you need to have a divorce sale." I had a whole bunch of shit. Ended up selling pool table. Oh yeah.
How much you sell that pool table for?
I got rid of everything in the house and bought a Harley.
Ooh.
Billy, did your pool table have a slate? Was it slate?
I bought the 8-foot slate, the big heavy motherfucker. Yes. Nice one.
Did the ball they just stick in the pocket or they go down into the deal?
No, I had the one that they stuck in the pocket. Our guest left us, Pat.
What? They both left at the same time?
No, one left and then the other one left. I don't know who they are. They are Americans. I don't mind Americans come up here.
Who were they? What were they?
Hey,
Military?
a couple of young guys, they're computer experts. They probably want to try to porn bomb me or whatever. They probably, who knows?
Oh,
I'm not a conspiracy or anything like that, but I can believe him that he's seeing it in the lives. You can't be in these chat and not know who's doing this these days. It's impossible. Even if you're out, the people from Discord and Grindr and all that, because they go back and forth. See, I don't go on them other social sites. JC will be sitting. Hold on a second, Pat. Because I want to educate you. All right. Okay. Back when she first started, JC will sit there on her panel. She'll be in Discord or whatever. These people are from, they've been on them other websites. Specifically, there's this one guy. What the fuck is his name? He drinks Everclear. It'll come to me. But they be on Discord. So JC used to have a wrench. So JC be up on her panel and be on another social platform fucking doing the same shit over there. Don't you, JC? I'd say I'm doing pretty good today. All right. They want to talk about the numbers and that. My meter hasn't dropped down under 20 yet.
Oh, she's watching. You know that, don't you? Billy, every time I'm in your chat or talking to you, and then I go to her screen, she fucking jams it down my throat. So there's no doubt in my mind she watches your channel.
What they're doing over at Will Durant's chat is they're trolling Wiggin. They're not really true.
So Wiggins is still on. They're fucking with him hard.
I have no idea. Will Durant is. I just went to change the search in that, and it still show. My picture's not showing anymore.
But the reason your picture was on is because they had Will, or they had Wiggins' channel on, and Wiggins was pissed like a mother. He goes, they got my channel. He was there back.
JC left. JC's not live. She left.
Oh, that's kind of odd. She ain't been running long. Maybe she went back. What do they call it?
Backstage? I don't know, but she left. JC's not live.
So that means she's watching you. I think her and that Guitar Jay got stuff going on, but that's okay. Oh, when I was over there a while ago, she said that you're jealous because of Guitar Jay. How did that go?
You think I'm jealous of JC? Do you believe that?
No, you're something about you're not Guitar Jay's with her and you ain't.
Yeah, he's a new guy in there now. He don't dare come up here. Guy doesn't even know me now. He's over there with JC. Come on up here and run your mouth to me, Guitar Jay. Come on up here.
Really, he didn't do anything to you. I mean, you wouldn't
shut up. Shut the fuck up.
Well, there you go.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Don't treat me like Wiggy did treated you.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Billy, don't treat me like Wiggy was treating you, Billy.
Shut the fuck up.
Billy, I'll leave if you treat me like Wiggy treated you.
I don't care if you leave. You want to go ahead and leave. You think I give a fuck if you leave?
Well, that's what you want. That's what you get.
I was just about to tell you, Patty Cakes. Will Durant wants me to restream him in the fucking worst way. He needs all the exposure he can fucking get. He wants to know that I'm actually thinking about him and all that. What kind of statement is that? Almost 4 hours. I'm at 3 hours, 57 minutes. Numbers dropped down drastically. People going on union break. Probably all over at Will Durant's. I warned you, Patrick. You gotta learn to keep your mouth fucking shut about certain shit. You ain't been around long enough, Patrick. Wiggins' first one to pretend to be enemies with somebody, but they're actually fucking trolling another person. So fuck you, Patrick. I know better. I haven't eaten dinner, so I'm going to give a last call. Anybody want to come up? 2 new guests. I'm not going to let you porn bomb me. So, a few more minutes, last call, and then I'm going to go make me something to eat. Put my clean dishes away, wash what dishes are dirty already. Before it gets too late. Kind of been an odd day. Two visitors I didn't expect to show up came here today. Looking after me. The fucking travel ban. There ain't no fucking traffic. No sense in shoveling the church out. As soon as you shovel, the fucking wind blowing the snow right back in that motherfucker. I guess I could just leave the chat up and go make me something to eat. I guess I could do that. And fucking my meter just shot back, went back up to 22. Plug this shit in here in a minute. Excuse me. Patrick, why you get mad? Uh-oh. Will Durant's experiencing some technical difficulties, but it's fucking hilarious. Oh, Karen, if you're watching, I wish you could get in here. Hope you're not out on the road right now in that fucking wheelchair. It is fucking nasty out. right, that's over with. Bar's still open. My friend Karen sent me a text, so I don't know if she's watching or not. I'm not going outside and standing. Fucking cold out. There's no handicap access in this building. If this was government housing like what certain people claim, there'd be fucking ramps and all kinds of shit for people with wheelchairs. So no, I don't live in that kind of housing. Said I was going to eat dinner. I ate the last donut. I'm getting hungry. I need something to eat. I bought a ham, $23 for a ham. A ham butt, pretty good size. Cook that. That'll last me a while. Bobby Heenan, egg and hammer. Everybody knows who Bobby Heenan is. Bobby the Brain Heenan. No, I didn't. I've had it on. It's not dirty. I take it off and hang it up. Too bad. It says JV play day. And yes, I did wrestle in high school. And yes, after I got in the Navy, I was on emergency response, both EMT and for duress. So, they taught me how to use a baton, a 45, a shotgun. I mean, I already know how, what they carry on a submarine. Mainly, we're worried about them capturing the captain of the ship. We don't want that. So there you go. You back to play, are you? There, Paul. I'll let the chatters take care of you. I need to make a sandwich, some scrambled eggs, or I'll show you something that I buy. I haven't had it in a while. That I like. I got noodles too. So what, Paul? What? You can smell me through the computer or what? At 5 hours, 56 minutes, 31 seconds. Won't be long. I've been here 6 hours. So I'll be leaving here in a minute or two. Still haven't made dinner. I'm going to have a late dinner. Then I'll come back later. That number's been holding up there pretty good. I don't know if they have control over that, if it's accurate. I assume that there's that many people sitting here watching this chat. See, Wigan, I never knew who Jim was, the guy with the American flag. I made a couple of comments at that, but so I figured that it's somebody we already know. Could be Gotti, because that's what Gotti does. Gotti be the first one talking at you with two different accounts. This is his favorite thing to do. It's that simple. I agree. Wiggins wasted his time. Wiggins could have been a lot productive with the time that he's put in on this shit. He's alienated me. He always called me liberal and shit and all that fucking crap. I didn't do anything to the man. Other than to point out the most poignant fact about him. You know, he probably wouldn't have a disabled daughter if the women that he's with weren't fucking drug addicts. You guys are triggered. Wiggins can't little fucking troll farm is triggered. You're triggered. Now the question is, which one of you is Josie Wales? At this point, I don't think it really matters. Yeah, 30 seconds. I'll be at the 6 hour mark, and then I'm hitting the exit button. I'll be back though. Eat, brush my teeth, and then I might go live again before if I lay down. I don't know. I might just stay up all night. I mean, I just leave the chat open, but I'm at 6 hours. There's 20 people watching this fucker. But if I step away from the computer, you know, the fucking crybabies will come in here and wah. Don't really care, Paul. It doesn't really matter. Does it? You know, Paul, you just you're scratching your own nuts, Paul. You beg to be a moderator for me on one of your channels. I'll give you your own channel, Billy. You ain't got enough money to pay me, Paul. You right now you're crying. You're belly aching like a fucker. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm hungry and I really need to go make something, everything I have is just not, you know, I don't have a microwave. I can't throw something in the microwave because I don't use a microwave. I don't eat microwave food. I don't eat it. Too much sodium. Once in a while, you know, I might get something that's similar to a microwave, but not very often. I did buy something. Frozen fish. I'm thinking I might have one of them. I gotta have some. And just waiting for my oven to warm up. Sandwiches. Sounds good. Trying real hard there, bitch life. Poor fucker. I should feel sorry for you, but I don't. Fuck is my lighter? My ear itches. Ah. Oh, I forgot to do it. I'm taking off. I'm gonna put my fish in the oven in 20 minutes. I'll be eating sandwiches. I might be back later, or definitely by 9 o'clock, maybe. You know I'll be here 6 o'clock tomorrow night. Thanks for coming, everybody.